you!
You're scared. And you should be.
This is not your company anymore.
Leave the cheek of CM Punk.
Out! Combo move! This is what they've been doing! Hey, McAfee!
Everyone shut the up and sit down!
We got a mom in the front row who taught her daughter how to suck dick!
I'm Mina Shirakawa. I used to be a model. I want to put on a big show.
And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
What is going on, everybody? Welcome once again to the Saturday Shenanigans, hosted by yours truly, the Renegade JJ Williams. Hi guys. Hi guys. CM Punk drama bullshit to the side. I still consider Hangman the worst AEW champion they've had. First of all, we're going to bring in Walter Cruz.
I said that as a joke when what's his name did his promo Monday. He said, "I'm from a prestige university." I said he majored in Steiner Man.
We've got the He-Man, James Hebert, in the house.
I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
Right. A lot of shit going on here. A lot of freaking crazy ass shit.
Where is Noah JD? Well, say his name and he appears, because we believe in Noah Foster.
Fuck is this intro? It is one of those things where as fans we do have these desires for what we want to see, but sometimes you can't always get what you want, and there are reasons you truly don't get what you want. I wouldn't even listen to this in Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. What the fuck is this shit? God, rap is whack. Like I said, never been a greater time to be a wrestling fan than with more companies in a more lucrative spot, in a more comfortable business spot, in a sense of mind, it seems, than ever. Again, WWE is not the only one. It is not the end-all, be-all. So let's go back to the Backlash Wrestling JJ Williams to get the official word. JJ, speak!
Make sure you tune in every week, because you never know who's going to drop in to join the shenanigans. Catboy is in the house.
Hello, my internet family. I say if you want to make them as evil as possible, make them really mad.
We have Mansfield joining the party now. What is going on, Josh?
Like I told no one when we were in Cleveland, him joining JCU was just an unfortunate side effect of my shenanigans towards you, JJ. I know how it can get better, Noah. The panel chooses you.
Shut the fuck up, Josh.
He said that so like.
They got so many intro back.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Just think how you and I had lunch together the other week.
That was different.
Ladies and gentlemen, the King is here. Say his name and he appears. We believe in King A-Train. There are so many believers in Joe Hendry. The only person on this panel that doesn't believe in Joe Hendry is King A-Train. Tell the world why you do not believe in Joe Hendry.
The reason I do not believe Joe Hendry is he is Fandango 2.0 in a entrance merchant. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Hey! There's nothing wrong with being an entrance merchant. He has some of the best entrances of all time.
Teleporting into the command center, all the way from Angel Grove High, Datilla.
Oh, yeah. I went to the command center on Thursday. I went to Vasquez Rocks, which is where they filmed a lot of episodes. Somebody actually climbed to the very top of those rocks. I made it halfway. I was like, I'm not going up there. Definitely Toni Storm versus Mariah May. That's the one match I probably am looking forward to the most. I really like the story. I'm familiar with all about Eve, so if it plays out that way, I kind of know how this is gonna go.
Say goodnight, Datilla.
Good night.
James, you did say his name. So he shall appear, ladies and gentlemen, the first time on the Shenanigans. Jeff Meacham is in the motherfucking house.
Ah! All right, we're coming in hard with the botch. All right, fucking hell. It's good to be back. It's good to have an opportunity to talk to the crowd on a Saturday.
If you want to have yourself stomach through it, you can go back and watch when the Main Event Mafia took over Impact. That's what James is talking about.
So if everybody just joined us, we're talking about people sedating people, attempted murder, boys, and tips. Welcome to Saturday Shenanigans, everybody. Aren't you glad I'm back?
Welcome back, Jeff.
Cool.
What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. It is May 10th, 2025. It is time again for the Simply Rival Studios to convene and partake in our Saturday Shenanigans. Know that this is not the voice you're used to hearing open the show. It is indeed good old JM, Jeff Meacham. Good to see everybody filing into the chat room, into our green room here as well. Of course, our resident Peanuts owner, Charles, is here. Good to see Charles. I'm just going to go ahead and start bringing everybody in that's here, and we'll get right into it. We are fresh off of Backlash, so let's just not waste any time. I don't know who's here because I don't have producer control. So whoever has producer control, I'm just going to go ahead and assume I know who's here. So first off is our play-by-play man par excellence. He is the simple man with the spectacular voice. He is indeed Noah Foster. Noah, I still in James off air. I kind of pop in here at random intervals, not really knowing what is going on around here and not really knowing what's going on in everybody's lives. So I am the big G of the week. I am happy to be here and to see everybody. Decent show, cluster finish, but that's what we do with WWE with John Cena now. So how are you doing on the Saturday night, my friend?
The usual, Jeff. Always good to see you and hear you. I'm tired, but I'm here for a duration. As you've seen over time, including the call I did last night, I've kind of been learning to take a little bit easier, get some sleep, better take care of the body and mind. So good to be here for y'all for a bit of duration, but I'm all right overall. You know, life is what it is. Work is still keeping me very busy. Health mentality seems rather accurate, and it's been overall a great week once again for all things professional wrestling. Got good stuff from everything, got some nonsensical stuff from some stuff, including tonight, but it's always fun to engage with some of you yahoos for a duration here on the Saturday Shenanigans. So it's good to see you, and it's good to be here again.
Well, Noah, May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We talk about it a lot at the workplace over at the House of Mouse, and the great philosopher John Michael Montgomery once said, "Life's a dance, you learn as you go. Sometimes you lead, sometimes you follow. Don't worry about what you don't know. Life's a dance, you learn as you go." And I think we're learning that we need to be able to take breaks. We need to be able to not have to be here if we are in a different headspace elsewhere. And that is why we are not having our friend Walter Cruz along for the ride for the next little while. He is taking a break and doing his thing, and we wish him well in whatever is going on. I'm also going to bring in another man who very much aware of when he needs to know when to say when and know when to take the breaks. He is our Heed man. He is our documentarian par excellence. He is James Hebert. James, good to see you again, and I'm always happy to be reunited with the original open mic night crew on a Saturday or a Sunday or hell, even a random Wednesday if I happen to be here. Who gives a shit? But right. James, again, we know you are not the WWE guy, but you had the opportunity to check out this show, and we'll get into Backlash here momentarily. That is topic numero uno, is Backlash Fallout, because that show. But where are you at today on this Saturday? How are you feeling going into the Shenanigans, my friend?
I am feeling pretty damn good. I gotta tell you, pretty damn good show. Clusterfuck of an ending, but it is what
as it should be.
To be honest, that seems to be what we're doing with Cena. But
yes,
I enjoyed the show for what it was tonight. Really, really good card. Wish we could have gotten a little bit more bang, I would say, for the buck, but everything's the same price now, so you know.
Yeah, that's fair.
But you know, I think it was a pretty damn good show overall. So I have no complaints really. I thought I had a good time.
Well, let's get into it, fellas. You know, Backlash. Is anybody else in the green room before I keep going?
Nope.
Okay, good to go. Let me know when our fourth arrives, because I know he is waiting for his transportation to the studio. And
We'll talk
one
about
of our
that.
favorites. I was going to
Yeah.
say one of our favorite YouTube usernames, 26.2 miles outside parts unknown, checking in. Good to see you as always in the chat room. It is one of the greatest things of all time. I'm going to go ahead and talk about. Give me 1 second. Hang on.
Yep. Uh-oh. Somebody interrupting.
No, they are. It's okay. I got two different messages, but it's like I can't. I'm on the phone, so I can't go out and type on those messages. And they don't know that, and that's not, and that's not fair of me to expect that because I'm an asshole. Anyway, it's whatever. I'm hangry. I want food.
Me too.
So Backlash again, James. You mentioned it, a short card, but that's what we've come to expect when we're not hitting one of the big five. The big mega events that everybody puts on. These are, I hesitate to call them B shows because they've been so solid in the Paul Levesque era.
Yeah.
And this is no exception. We had 5 matches booked, we had 5 matches executed, and I thought every one of them hit the points they needed to hit. I thought the U.S. Championship Fatal 4-Way was a solid opener. I really thought all 4 guys delivered. I thought that we got where we needed to go with the end with Jacob Fatu retending, and we got the debut, which has long been speculated and especially hammered home this week more than anything else, of Jacob Fatu's apparently new stablemate within this. I don't know if they're calling it the Bloodline anymore because they talked about solo recruiting soldiers, but Jeff Cobb has now joined WWE. I know a lot of people were anticipating that. I know a lot of people never expected to see it because of his steadfast commitment to New Japan and being outside of the bubble of WWE. James, I'll ask you first. What did you think of the opening match, the Fatal 4-Way for the U.S. Championship, and the debut, finally, of Jeff Cobb in WWE?
Dude, I'll be real. I enjoyed it. I thought that was awesome. Quite honestly, like I kind of saw that coming a mile away. I know he's technically, I don't even think Samoan. I think there's like a slight Samoan heritage in him.
Yeah, right.
But ain't much. But at the same time, it's like, you know what, man? I'm looking forward to whatever they're building here. Again, I've been calling Jeff Cobb alongside Solo Sikoa, technically right now, at least for now. Jacob Fatu, Bronson Reed when he comes back from injury. It's a pretty damn beefy stable, if you ask me. All right, Lord.
I mean, with the Tongans aboard, are they not the Gorillas of Destiny on steroids at this point? Not to put steroids WWE because that's not a good idea. But they're definitely not the Bloodline. You mentioned there's not a lot of Samoan within Jeff Cobb. Tonga and Tama definitely not Samoan. More of that. More of the different part of the Island Boys. But my goodness, we think the Bloodline story is over after WrestleMania with Paul Heyman deserting Roman Reigns, and for all intents and purposes, that particular story has concluded. But now we've got offshoots. We've got Solo, recruiting boys outside of the family. And Jacob Fatu at the presser did not seem all that pleased with his family's choices. So Noah, where do we go now? Going into SmackDown Friday night with Jeff Cobb on the main roster, aligned with Solo Sikoa, aligned reluctantly, at least from Jacob's point of view, with Jacob Fatu. But however you slice it, he is still the United States, and I'm saying it because it should be United States heavyweight champion.
Heavyweight, quote unquote. It's one of those things now where I do think that Solo Sikoa is going to try and turn Jeff Cobb into his right-hand man and use that to usurp Jacob Fatu, who might think he's bigger than Solo Sikoa, who brought him in. I think it's going to be an internal civil war within whatever Solo Sikoa is calling his island of relevancy that he's trying to create with these monsters, it seems. With the Gorillas of Destiny still in hiatus, it feels like, with Tonga Loa still on injury, and Tama Tonga, I can't remember the last time he actually wrestled. Jeff Cobb is a very interesting person to bring in as a new heavy to try and bring Solo Sikoa back to championship contention. Whether Solo Sikoa wants to take the title from Jacob Fatu himself or uses Jeff Cobb to do that. If Jacob Fatu thinks that he doesn't have to follow Solo Sikoa anymore when it comes to what's best for the family. Again, I think there's going to be a little bit of usurpsmanship involved here. And clearly, after what happened tonight on Backlash, we're going to probably start with a short-term feud with LA Knight and Jeff Cobb, little one-on-one singles affair there that will lead more into, I imagine, Jacob Fay 2 versus Solo Sikoa. The more tensions rise here, because I almost wonder now, is Jacob Fatu going to go to bat for Jeff Cobb on Solo Sikoa's behest? Does Jacob Fatu still want to be his own man? Does he think he needs Solo Sikoa anymore? Does he still acknowledge him as his chief of sorts? It certainly is a different dynamic to think about right now. I just hope that they use them right, because at the end of the day, I don't think the Guerrillas of Destiny have been justified in the way they've been used in WWE, despite the fact they have that Samoan heritage, blah, blah, blah. It takes more than a Nali family name to actually be something in WWE versus what you want of the biggest names in New Japan Pro Wrestling. 7-time IWGP Heavyweight Tag Teams, and Jeff Cobb being a former Ring of Honor World Television, never open weight, IWGP Heavyweight Tag Team Champion, NJPW World Television Champion. I just hope that they keep Jeff Cobb justifiably so in WWE. For the longest time, I wasn't sure he was going to go to WWE, because I remember at one point he was talking about how he wanted to be happy versus make money. And while it is a different atmosphere here in WWE, the jury's still out whether or not you're going to be happy making a lot of money. So we'll see what happens here. But one thing's for sure, if you're associated with Bloodline, Timu Bloodline, Samoan Family Dynasty, even if you're Guam, insert adjective and various dumb WWE name here, and Lord help me if it gets Death Rebel. We know it's going to happen. At least I know he will be a mainstay part of WWE programming. So there's that. I think his future is justified for now, but we'll see what happens.
It is a great thing to see that the bloodline still is able to sprinkle the success dust over people coming in. I mean, Jeff Cobb, I thought sure he'd be one of the gaijins that would be the IWGP World Heavyweight Champion. I was sure that was going to be a thing. It never happened for Jeff. So hopefully coming back to America, we will see him, attain success with WWE. But the key question, though, you danced around saying it because you're not one to make the ha-ha, but I'm going for it. The key phrase is, does Jacob still love Solo? That is what we're going to find out here with Jeff Cobb debuting. So time will tell. I believe the next match was the Women's Intercontinental.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was
My goodness.
Phenomenal.
I was on a couple different panels this week and completely different opinions about the Women's Intercontinental Championship, about the nature of Becky challenging for it. On one side, we had people just like, it's filler, it's a waste of time. The other show, we were all for it. We were championing it. We were happy that, Becky was not just put in that Charlotte Flair spot where it's like, oh, she's automatically challenging for a world title because she's back. This match just blew me away. I thought it was so well done. I thought both these ladies went out there and gave every possible thing they could possibly give, and showed up and showed out. And then even in defeat, Becky still came out looking like a boss, no pun intended, because the boss, the CEO actually went down the night before, but we'll talk about her later. We'll make sure JJ's here for that, because I know he's going to want to rub that in everybody's face. But Becky and Lyra definitely went through it, had a banger of a match. I am curious with Becky losing, as I actually predicted. I didn't think Becky was going to win here. I figured Bayley would cost her. Didn't happen that way. But when Bayley comes back, does she go after Becky for taking her out, or does she continue to try to pursue that newly augmented Women's Grand Slam? Noah, what do you think?
Well, first off, for those that don't know, I've been dealing with health issues, which is why I've kind of taken more of a laid-back demeanor, and why I will be bidding adieu about the 2-hour mark. But again, it's always great being back with the original 3 that started all. Love you all. I used to be like super hyperbole yelling, that's professional wrestling, damn it. Given the simple man nod of approval, I'm not very well, sir. I don't have a rating system, but Jeff, you've come to know me as an advocate for all things wrestling, particularly women's wrestling across the world. And I still hold Josie's to the highest degree, particularly Stardom, especially the All-Star Grand Queen show. That's my show of the year. Tonight, Becky Lynch, Lyra Valkyria, Aloy Valkyrie, as I saw her when she first started, of course, next to UK. And prior to that, following her journey, seeing her reach this point, facing somebody she once held as a friend, as a mentor, now as a rival. They dished everything they could out there against each other and then some. And the fact that Lyra was able to outsmart Becky to the punch, to that exposed turnbuckle, that one critical spot hit in the second turnbuckle, non-exposed, whether inadvertent or just instinctually, I think that was the critical turning point of the match. And in my opinion, I didn't think Lyra was going to lose following that because she already survived the manhandle slam. Another key thing to take away, James, I thought it was her eye or her arm.
Yep.
She may have actually busted her nose in that match. And Becky Lynch, at the end of the day, disgruntled, she tried to pick her arm in the process.
Yep.
So the cost of war, the thrill of victory, and the bitterness of defeat. But at the end of the day, the victorious still champion still looked battered and beaten. It was personal. It was physical. It was extremely competitive. It was my match of the night. I absolutely love this. I say it once, I'll say it again. There's a reason why Lyra Valkyria was the inaugural champion and why I still believe she's the best draft call from last year's WWE draft, to say the least, from NXT. She's done the most and been a mainstay name on Monday Night Raw this entire calendar year, and it shows. And she has been a hell of a worker for what should be considered a workhorse championship, as we've always held the Intercontinental Championship. I think it's justified she continues her inaugural run, and I think a win over Becky proves the value of the title and the value of her as a champion. This was absolutely phenomenal, and I think the fact she won clean, but Becky still beat up afterwards, it doesn't justify she immediately fought for a rematch, but it does justify that Becky Lynch knew she was tested, and now she needs to wait a little while before she faces Lyra again. Although Lyra, again, did not come out this unscathed, so we'll see what's next for both, but this match held up towards everything I wanted from Lyra Valkyria and this Women's Championship. For the first time in a long time outside NXT, I could actually say there was a credible Women's Championship match in WWE, and it wasn't even a world title. So kudos to both those incredible women.
Yep.
James, I want your thoughts on the match, and then once you give your thoughts, I'm going to ask you, are the women's secondary titles proving to be valuable as a main roster addition? And I say that because, you know, Lyra's been the only champion on the Raw side, the Intercontinental champion, and she has just done a phenomenal job, at least for me, just when she's been allowed to. They haven't done a lot of showcasing of her as the Intercontinental champion. Whereas on SmackDown, my goodness, they ran with Chelsea as the U.S. champion, and now they've had her lose to Zelina Vega, and we saw a little interaction last night. Congrats to Alexa Bliss, finally returning to WWE, by the way, and part of that mix. So, thoughts on the match, and then thoughts on the secondary titles in general in WWE with the women.
Okay, so this is like where it gets difficult, right? Because I think this match was great. Like, as far as a great showcase for the women's mid-card, it was perfect. Great match, great story told. Great way to continue that feud going into the next event. Very good all around. However, to answer the second part of that question, it's a step in the right direction, but they got a long way to go. Because for me, and I talked about this with Noah last night. Last week. I talked about it with JJ and Ash. These titles need to be utilized better, and the way you utilize them better, and this goes for the women's tag too, is not releasing your damn talent when you need bodies for said divisions. It is like the derpiest thing you could have done. It is the derpiest thing you could have done. I don't understand why you just released talent.
Gutted the roster.
Gutted the rosters for no reason. Like, I talked about it with Ash. Somebody just gave me an idea recently. I think it was Hannibal. Hannibal talked to me, and he was like, I told him the same thing. And he even said, I even told him, like, you know what idea I just came up with as we're talking? Why did you release Chemical X when Chemical X would have been a perfect heel and or babyface group for Rhea Ripley? Would have been perfect. Would have been tremendous, because they're all like some rocker chick type of thing. You could have changed the name for all I care if you didn't want to stick with Chemical X. Either way, that was a perfect group for Rhea to lead. especially when you have a mid-card and tag team titles to vie for. And instead, no, we're going to just release them because why not? I don't understand that. And then you have, somebody recommended you could have had the queens where you had like Charlotte and Natty, Zelina again, and one other person I forget. Ash can probably remind me. The Queens of the Ring would have been a perfect faction there. Another heel faction you could have built up.
With the crossover, it could be Tessa.
Yeah, true.
I mean,
they released the Tessa shirt. I hate Tessa. People are like, you don't understand. We hate Tessa, the person. It's like, you know what? Again, nobody's forcing you to watch. I'm glad Tessa's back. I got to watch Tessa Blanchard wrestle live last week or 2 weeks ago. I was so fucking happy about that.
Incredible match, also very taxing. You really look at both those matches. The tale of the matches was dissecting your opponent and surviving.
Yep.
In a way, Lyra survived with a busted nose and a compromised arm, trapping the inside leg, and Becky got caught off guard. We talk about all the time, Jeff. This game is a battle of inches, and literally, it doesn't get closer than that when it comes to Becky Lynch winning against Lyra Valkyria, where at the end of the day, it's still Lyra, because I believe Lyra deserves to continue to run with this title. And I think the Intercontinental Championship has been valued more for competition, while the showmanship of Chelsea Green was valued for the United States Championship. But now Selena Vega's got it. What do you do? But now Monday Night Raw needs to get more competition for Lyra Valkyria here, and that's really what makes a championship. The value of the title comes with the caliber of opponents versus the person that just holds it. And Lyra just beat the man, Monday Night Raw's finest, because I don't think we're going to see the likes of Rhea Ripley, for example, challenging for it. I think the next best step would be to run back what they did Stand Deliver last year with Roxanne Perez or Julia. She is officially part of Monday Night Raw. I want those two to challenge for this title next, personally.
Yeah, James, you mentioned the releases. God, Gigi and I forgot her partner's name. I'm an asshole.
Gigi and Shotzi. And
Bea Priestley. Bea
Priestley.
No, not Bea Priestley.
No, it's not Bea Priestley.
Who was tagging with her right before the release?
I'll look it up.
With Gigi.
Who is in Chemical X WWE?
Nolan, Tatum Paxley.
Tatum. Thank you. Jesus. Tatum and Gigi were on Rebellion as part of the crossover partnership, as were Lash and Jakara. Jakara also got released.
Yep.
Like the only way it makes sense to me as far as the releases is if they're wanting them to be able to sign fully with TNA, which is fine. But I don't see the need to release them, just loan them out. Like on a more I don't know what the phrasing is, but not loaning out, but reassigning them to TNA on a more permanent basis. That way they're not covering the contract or whatever. It just bothers me that the perception of this is we don't need you, so we're going to cut you loose. And it's like you had these girls going over to TNA on. Yeah, it is. It's a perception is reality. The greatest of all time said that in his Hall of Fame speech. And what the perception is, we've got people getting cut because they're not useful.
Yep.
And it's like, that's such bullshit. Fallon and JC and
Jasmine Nix.
Jasmine were on the pre-show for Rebellion. They all looked fantastic as well, and they won. Right on. I was happy with it. There are so many talented people on both sides of the gender pool that got cut last week, and I haven't been talking to you. I haven't been able to talk to you guys about it a whole lot, but that really reflects on where we go out of a women's presentation tonight.
Yep.
Lyra had a great match with Becky, someone she's wrestled before.
Mm-hmm.
How do we keep her story viable and watchable and make people want to tune in for that part of Monday Night Raw? You mentioned it, Noah. The story of Chelsea Green as the U.S. champion was just funny and entertaining enough where if people didn't like the wrestling part of it necessarily, well, goddamn, she's funnier than hell. You had Piper and Alba doing their shtick, which is ridiculous. By the way, I like Alba. I like Alba a lot, but we couldn't keep Isla for that part too. My goodness, what are we? What are we
Right?
doing? She is.
That's what aggravates me. They released a whole women's roster. They released a whole women's roster. And no, you don't have to be fine, Noah, because I'd be pissed too.
Look, James, you know what? I'm going to be real with you folks. There might be a condition with my heart. I'm getting a CT scan this coming Friday.
That's
I
fair.
might have Malfrin's disease, so until I learn anything else, I'm going to keep it cool. I'm going to try and control my blood pressure and see what this leads to. So until then, you're not going to get outburst Noah Foster, take glasses off, fully ranting, 24/7, or loud Marvinella Joy Styles commentary until I know where my health stands. So
Which
please
is
continue
totally
while I get Ash in the panel.
That is fair.
It's just, and again, I didn't mean to go off on the tangent of the releases with the women's Intercontinental match, but they do blend together because who do you put against Lyra now to keep her moving along the train in a positive way? And on the same time, on the other side, Selena's story is wonderful. Her being the U.S. champion after losing her father in the 9/11 attacks and all that goes along with it. And I love Thea Trinidad. I do. I adore that woman. She's one of my favorite people I've ever met in wrestling. Well, what do you do other than just keep cycling the Chelsea story over and over?
Dude, I've said it. The only reason why there's struggle is because Triple H refuses to add more matches to the mega events. Your sweet spot 7. If it's because of the ads that you want to pay for, then either add a pre-show match or get rid of some ads, because it's not like you're not making money hand over fist any fucking ways.
Money is not the reason. I'll tell you that right now. If they use that, they are full of shit.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
I'm not a regular UFC viewer like you are, like Walter is. Do they run that many ads during UFC?
Not as many, no. Actually, for UFC, but here's the thing: even if they do, it's different with UFC because there is time. It's always been like that anyway. Even as far as I remember watching.
But that's what I'm asking, because now with the partnership, they're trying to have presentation be the same, where there's just they're servicing every sponsor they possibly can in the short time they have on premium.
Which is totally fair. My thing is great. But wrestling is not at all like MMA.
No.
I know that.
You know, like we know that. We're aware of that. But other people need to be aware of that. And I feel like there's not enough, you know.
Well, but again, you know, then there's the other side of that argument that'll come back at us and go, well, yeah, but when we have the matches in there that are filler, you call them filler and you call bullshit. It's like, well, yeah, that's fair too.
I mean, quantity and quality,
but they're not
formula of the wrestling business. And speaking of a balance of quantity and quality, there's 3 gentlemen. Let's go ahead and offset this with a lovely lady. Our Canadian friend Ash has joined the Shenanigans.
Yeah,
beautiful. Good to see you, Ash. Thank you for coming in.
Hi, Ash.
So that
I'm glad you're in, because
back to our regularly scheduled programming. Bottom line, WWE, you're still fucked up. And to all those talents, I wish them nothing but the best. And I stand by my convictions that WWE is still a fucked up, over glorified branded company. But this was still a great show. Why don't we go ahead to our third match?
Well, let me get Ash's thoughts on the first 2 matches and catch everybody up. Ash, first of all, what did you think of the U.S. Championship Fatal 4-Way opener?
I liked it. It was fine. I was surprised Jeff Cobb made his debut. I'm watching with my mom, and it's like we pulled her on me right away. It's like, oh my god, it's Jeff Cobb. Like, I got real fucking excited.
I knew you would, as my fellow Japanese professional wrestling fan, New Japan for Live. Always good to see you.
Jeff Cobb was like the only person in the United Empire that I kind of gave a crap about. Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Crowns
and he's, as far as I know, he's the only one that did not get that big AEW graphic next to his name. So there you go. That's telling, by the way. I'm gonna be that guy and be a nitpicky asshole about it.
Yeah,
United Empires and AEW for a lot of it, but Jeff Cobb went the way of the E. So
there's the United Empire right now, as I jokingly refer to them as decolonizing, and that's very messy right now.
Oh, yeah, 100%. It is not a pretty picture they're painting.
Good job, TJP, you fucking moron. Sorry, continue.
All right, we'll talk about that.
The less we say about him, it's very hilarious how TJP is a punk rocker who likes to play A minor, right?
Oh, good one.
And
You
on
ain't
that
wrong.
note, so you talk about the Fair 4-Way and the Imperial Unit. What did you think of
Family,
the Women's Intercontinental
family,
Championship?
friends
This is
can't
why.
comment.
Now I see why JJ wants me to be on the Shenanigans every week because I have to be the one that restores.
You have to, because I can't comment on TJ. And nope, can't.
I
can't.
know, Jeff. I know.
I've known that boy forever.
He's going to
So
close his mouth on that one. But let's go ahead and get Ash's thoughts on that. Whoop, throw a key.
I would love to hear Ash's thoughts on the women's intercontinental panel match because that's what we were trying to talk about before we went off on the tangent of hell here.
But I got you. I put us back on the rails as I always do. Go ahead, Ash. What was your thoughts on the W Women's Canal Championship match?
I liked it. It was very solid. I'm surprised Lyra retained. I was walking in there expecting Becky to win, but at least it continues the feud for a while. Now, I'm wondering if, because they can go with two ways with this feud. Becky wins the title, and she's probably going to be feuding with Bayley because chances are Becky's probably the one who attacked Bayley.
She already admitted that on Raw, but continue.
Or Lyra retains, and then Becky and so we can still do the Becky Bayley feud without the title because the title doesn't really because the feud's not needed for the title's not needed for the feud.
Mm-hmm.
And that leads to the next question: who's next for Lyra if they have branch off Becky versus Bayley for the title? That's another thing. I'm probably looking way too far ahead, like I always do with these title situations. But
that's fair. Well, I mean, I put out names there of Roxanne Perez and Julia, for example, and they'll be on a big Monday Night Raw Women's Tag match against Rhea Ripley and Io Sky. So, I mean, the fact that they eliminated some of the Raw roster of women that could have helped elevate this championship division, and the Cubs we're going to leave that alone for now. Those are two that I think of, and I still think Roxanne and Lyra should be ran back because Lyra still needs to get that victory back from Roxanne from last year's Stand Delivered. So that's my thoughts in the short run. But I also was thinking in Lyra retaining, you could build a triple threat out of this with the fact Bayley respects Lyra, challenged her for the title, failed. Tonight, Becky challenged Lyra for the title, failed. Bayley, Becky, feuding, Bad Blood's coming back. Lyra, the champion. Lyra taking care of both at once, goes over, becomes the main talk, just like Io Sky took care of the EST and Rhea Ripley. That's how you elevate both Lyra again and this championship. I would argue if Io Sky did win at WrestleMania, that women's heavyweight championship, Io Sky, would be even more or less relevant.
Yeah, that's a possibility. And then
hard to argue with it.
And also, like having Lyra, like if Lyra does lose the title, but going into Mania, if Io does walk in as Mania still champion, that elevates the former IC champion because she's going after a title, which is something I mentioned. Like was it a week or two ago on Shenanigans? How the IC title should be the freaking workhorse title to help elevate the person going after their main event women's title.
Ding, ding. Yeah, and I think Lyra's on her way to the main title after her run with this. Again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. She's been the most well-booked, represented Monday Night Raw constant, might I add. WWE draft pickup from NXT last year. No other draft pick from NXT last year has touched what Lyra has done in literally what I think is approaching her one calendar year on the main roster. That says something.
That's valid. And I want to formally, before we move on to the next match, which was another unexpected, awesome match, I would like to apologize to Paul Levesque for not having Natty be the first Intercontinental Women's Champion. And I was so afraid for her booking this year. I was wrong. I apologize. Natty's having a renaissance this year, and I'm so happy for my friend Natalia. Right. So I'm here for it.
So I hear that. I hear that. And I when before the releases happened, I'd be with you. But then the releases happened. And a lot of those releases also were on the independents having renaissances.
But again, I'm with their releases, as much as they personally bug because I am fond of so many of them, it's not even been the full 30 days for the NXT people to rebound and see where they go. So I am of the mind of let's just see what happens in 30. Let's just see what happens in 90 for some of them. Natty, she had an unbelievable showing at Bloodsport. I finally got to watch that match back in full. Good God. And I am going to find a way. I don't know how because they're not going to broadcast it, but I'm going to find a way to do some magic hack or some shit and find a way to watch her and Kenzie next week. Because that's going to be kick ass. All right. Now, Penta challenging. Since I know Noah can't get upset, I'm going to do this just to be an asshole. The greatest Intercontinental Champion of all time, Dominic Mysterio, retaining the title.
Because
I can still get a little upset, just so you know. I can still get a little upset.
I know.
With El Grande Americano.
Hey, El Grande Americano with the assist on his fellow great luchador, Dominic Mysterio.
Yes.
Just a true showcase of Lucha Libre excellence as we head to Worlds Collide. Noah, I'll start with you.
Tranquilo, Noah. Tranquilo.
Tranquilo, Bubba.
I knew it was going to happen. Well, it was a rematch for Monday Night Raw. It is what I expected. Yes. It pushes the Judgment Day campaign where I still don't know who's leading the direction.
Right?
Dominic Mysterio or Finn Balor, especially when you look at the Finn Balor plan that backfired, that got them all ejected. It's also one of those things where I didn't think Dominic Mysterio was going to lose the title this soon because, one, he just challenged Penta for it literally a couple weeks ago and thanks to bobblehead Jenny McDonough, she retained. And two, he just won this title at WrestleMania. If you're going to dedicate a workhorse championship to a workhorse, it's hard to argue character work aside from in-ring work. Dominic Mysterio has been one of the strongest workhorses for the men, as Lava Kira has been for the women this past calendar year. So it's one of those things where I'm not surprised with the result. But this whole hatred towards luchadors for Chad Gable, who apparently is MIA, according to everybody else out the internet wrestling community that has half a brain. It's one of those things where I do wonder now how Penta is going to rebound from this. Last time someone got under his skin and he got angry, he destroyed Ludwig Kaiser in a street fight. So I imagine he's going to go to Mexico and take down Americano or take out Chad Gable, since I guess he's associated with him, even though people say they're not the same person. The jury's still out. The match was okay. I gotta be honest, I was a little bit underwhelmed because of the fact that it was more story driven by the Judgment Day campaign than these two men proving who the better luchador is. Either way, Dominic, still the champion, was the right choice.
Oh no!
Just happened.
Crash, boom.
Fair enough.
I'm good. I'm okay.
All right, as long as you're all right. Anyway, Dominic still retaining. Don't surprise me. I don't see him losing that title until he and Finn Balor finally come to blows. And more tensions aside with plans versus this person plans, blah, blah, blah. You know we're getting Dominic Mysterio versus Finn Balor one-on-one. Whether it's a primary is at SummerSlam, because let's keep in mind, first ever two-night SummerSlam, you're going to have to stack this card to make sure both those nights are worthy to sell out MetLife Stadium. And Cardi B, whoever the fuck that is, the host, ain't gonna do it.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, fucking Cardi B.
So,
I can't believe she's a host, dude. What the fuck?
You know what though? They're out in New Jersey. The last time they did something, I mean, they had what's her name from Jersey Shore, Snooki at WrestleMania one year. So it's the Jersey folks are popular. Hey, Mr. Stone is still part of WWE, still part of wrestling. Robbie E.
Yeah. Well, let me just say this, okay, real quick.
Okay, please.
For those who know, because unfortunately, there's things. Shawn Michaels, fucking behave. All right, cool.
Jeez, you wrong for that on levels people don't understand. Damn it.
If you know, you know.
Anyway, that's my thoughts. Congrats to Dom. This Judgment Day thing has gone on way too damn long. And as far as Americano, well, it's not the first time Donald Trump's deported a freaking foreigner.
Hey, how dare you? Not a foreign. He is a great American hero and a great lucha hero.
Yeah, right. He's got great cards.
James. Hey. Not to get political, but if he's going to offer $1,000 to the illegals to leave, like, oh shit, give me the money. I'll leave. Right? I'll take your $1,000, you rich old bastard. Like, please.
I'll take that 1,000. I'll take the 1,000.
You know what? Jerry's still out. I wouldn't mind going to London, check out Pro Wrestling Eve, where Alex Windsor just challenged Siri for the IWGP Women's Championship, but that's a whole different story. Anyway. But yeah,
why is Jeff not shit? What
happened?
Why is Charles Schultz so upset at me?
I don't know.
What
I
happened?
think that's a typo botch, and Charles, you might be on the chopping block. Anyway, that's my thoughts. Go around the horn, pick the lady, or pick the
Yes.
Uber that believes
Ash,
that
please
Americano's
give us your thoughts on the greatest Intercontinental Champion, the greatest Mysterio of all time, retaining his Intercontinental title.
It was a fine match.
What's that?
I like what they're doing with Penta.
Okay.
Penta's
Yeah.
cool. I'm looking forward to his upcoming feud he has with El Grande Americano, and I'm wondering, like similar to what Noah mentioned earlier. I just want to know, when are they going to split the Judgment Day, or like not split Judgment Day, but split Finn Balor off from Judgment Day.
Judgment Day is about to have more leader changes than Bullet Club at this point.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Okay, so I know that the Good Brothers got released, or their contract expired, or whatever the case may be. Are they actually doing anything anywhere right now?
No, they're freelance.
Okay. I
So
mean,
what happened at Resurgence?
I mean, if
The one-off? Sorry to
I
interrupt.
was gonna say, if Balor needs some backup, he can always throw it up, and they'll come a running for him.
I don't know, Jeff. I just heard the testimony of Big LG talking about how the shackles of corporate wrestling have finally been removed. The Good Brothers are free at last, So I don't know.
Valid, but for a one-off to get their Good Brother away from the story and kind of moving forward, I think money may talk, and they'll let the bullshit walk for a day. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. It does happen every once in a while. James, we'll finish out the Intercontinental title chat with you, and then we'll move on to something that surprised me in the next match. But go ahead.
Yeah. Overall, like the match. I really enjoyed this Dominic heel run. Always have. He's great. He's getting cheered a lot. Like, people are really kind of paying attention to how hard he's working. They're really starting to give him some kudos. He's not necessarily the full-on heel that he used to be, like where he was getting booed out of the building. You couldn't even hear a word he says. Now he's actually getting some cheers. So the reality is, I mean, everybody's talking about, Finn Balor splits away from the Judgment Day, but what if Finn Balor takes the Judgment Day away from Dom?
I mean,
yeah, the fact that not only is Dom getting to talk, he's appearing on the panels at the table and getting to talk with the panelists. It's like, what are we doing? It's awesome.
Yeah.
I love it.
I'm just saying, man, we're kind of turning the tide there, where I'm starting to wonder if we're going to try to do a babyface singles run. It's not like they have to change Dominic; they just have to keep him the same way. But like,
so here's we can circle back to this on maybe a topic later in the show, or even a different episode.
Open chat bit,
open chat, later, but just something to think about for later, because I do have a viewer question. Since we're actually taking viewer questions, I have a question as a viewer to ask later regarding to females in wrestling, which we'll get to later. But I'm just something to think about as we move on for tonight's show. Dom's getting cheers. People seem to love to hate or even like Liv Morgan again. Same with Raquel. What if they split off from Finn and JD and Carly? Something to ruminate about as we go forward tonight.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
We're talking about the Bloodline having their own internal civil war of a civil war. Judgment Day could be headed toward the same direction.
I think Judgment Day is headed towards that sooner than the Bloodline that's already done.
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So the next match, you know what though? I expected it to be such a cluster and a squash. Pat McAfee surprised the hell out of me. Yes.
Yeah.
Some of the spots, Gunther did not look like the Walter of old at all. It was kind of like, but for the most part, it was what it was supposed to be. It was Pat getting the comeuppance for he and Michael Cole, surviving long enough to get enough of that extracted off of Gunther, and Gunther still winning. And Gunther even showing Pat the respect as he left the ring. I know he wouldn't shake his hand, but he did kind of like lately acknowledge. I was like, okay, all right. So maybe, hopefully, we can veer away from this Michael Cole bitching about not being able to have an opinion. I loved how he said, "I'm going to apologize for the first time. I'm not going to be unbiased." I'm like, Michael Cole, 2011, yourself called.
Yeah, I was about to say,
liar.
Liar.
Jesus, you liar. The Miz says, really?
Alex Riley is like, hey, Alex Riley's like, do you remember me?
No, we don't.
Anyway, getting back to the
And
present.
Kevin, I'll say it to your face. Anyway, let me start with
hanging as it was.
Yeah, true.
Right. Let me start with Ash on this, since she was the late arrival to the party. What did you think of what should have been just a freaking damn it? What did you think of the Pat McAfee Gunther encounter?
It was fine. It didn't make Pat look too strong in the match, and Gunther still looked pretty dominant. I like Michael Cole's involvement when he like grabbed Gunther's leg. I thought that was so funny. Especially like the way Gunther sold it too. And he's just like, you motherfucker.
I thought he was really choke him out.
Right. Well, yeah, the match was, it wasn't like a complete squash like I thought it was going to be, but
no.
Yeah, it was fine for what it was. It did what it needed to make. You had Pat standing up for Michael Cole, which is kind of funny how
I love that. I love that.
The match was sponsored by Karate Kid because after all, Pat is a man who will fight for Michael Cole's honor.
That's right. And Michael Cole is the best around as far as WWE commentators. He is that guy now. I can't. There's no disputing that at this point.
You're right.
He's earned it. I also will say, the moment he grabbed Gunther's foot, I could hear the JR call and the King call from Vince versus Austin before it didn't happen. Oh my God. Here we go, baby. I'm like, oh God, he's gonna kill him. He's gonna kill him right here on national television. Oh my God. He didn't, thankfully. James, how about you on this one? Again, the commentators getting involved as always is what it is, especially for lack of a better term. Pat is still very much a guy, a fan, a very credible sports figure, just kind of dipping his toes back in the water here.
I don't know, like, overall, I thought the match was really good. I thought, honestly, like, the only thing I have a real complaint with was how Gunther kind of showed respect at the end, because I would have liked to see him continue this dickish heel to the commentator stick, especially if, Heyman's looking for more guys. And I pointed that out on commentary. I'm like, hey, there is that little history where Heyman was utilizing other factions to help Roman retain his title. See Imperium, see Judgment Day. He actually used both of them. So, I mean, why not get a McIntyre? Why not get a Gunther, who feel disrespected by the WWE brass, including the commentators? Kind of made sense. But overall, I didn't hate the match. I thought the match was really well done. I thought it was very much, the only thing I didn't like about it was we know McAfee can go.
Yeah.
We've witnessed it. We covered a whole NXT event on it.
Yes, we did. We sure did.
Adam Cole, how you doing, baby?
That's how he's doing.
Yeah, that's undisputed, Ash. That's undisputed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, overall,
because I think my camera's inverted, so I'll just do it for just be on the safe side.
We both got the idea. Don't worry. You and I are bound by a couple of things, and we get that. Anyway, continue. We're the Paragon. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, Paragon. Anyway, overall, good show. I enjoyed it, but yeah, in my opinion, do wish I could have seen a bit more of, McAfee going in the ring instead. I got the story they were telling. I enjoyed it. My only two complaints were the show of respect at the end, just because I want to see heel Gunther be heel Gunther, and the shit that happened, for McAfee. Yeah. I feel like he should have gotten a little bit more offense, because we've seen him do a lot of offense in the past.
Yeah.
That's all. And no elevated suplex. We didn't even get to see that suplex thing. I was looking forward to that in McAfee matches.
Yes. No, I mentioned this during, I think it was the review or the Great Cherry Show last week for me. I did a lot more than I usually do last week. But I mentioned that I'd watched Pat's appearance on Stephanie's Places, and I really got to hear the story of Pat McAfee going into the show. And it really helped me be okay with what they were doing. Because for me, it was just like, okay, so we're having Gunther lose the world title and then we're having him beat up the commentators. Like, wow, what a fall for Walter. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, there's this story, and I understand the story. I enjoyed hearing the backstory of Pat McAfee, and I enjoyed the promo work that he's done since it was the build up to this. So I think this is one of those where, Walter / Gunther has been known for his unbelievable matches, but this is one of his programs where the story definitely benefited me as a viewer going in. And I enjoyed the story leading up to. I enjoyed the story they told during the match. And I think that was all very helpful, as opposed to me thinking, okay, well, this is going to be a squash. And I can go take a leak and come right back and watch Sean and Randy go for 45. What did you think of this?
It's one of those things as someone that followed the ring general Walter through Progress, through NXT UK, through the ring comp run with, of course, Marcel Bartel, Alex Trisser, and even Killer Kelly. It's unique seeing Gunther now in WWE, where again, WWE's not about showcasing the best professional wrestling. It's about truly elevating their take and choreography in storytelling. This match was the definition of that. Pat McAfee, we know what he's capable of in the ring. We saw it back at WrestleMania 38 against Austin Theory, but it wasn't about Pat McAfee showing out. It was about testing pride. It was a story about pride and will, and pointless sponsorship for Karate Kid 3.0 for whatever reason. But it's one of those things where I didn't expect Gunther to destroy Pat McAfee, but I expected him to punish him and test him. In a way, you got a little bit of the aggressive, bullying nature of Gunther, as we expected. A man that was little talk, more action, especially when they try to focus more on his promo work than already his fine-tuning ring work that he's been known for multiple decades now. But with Pat McAfee and the story with commentary, it was one of those things also where it was like, let's see, Pat McAfee, what you can do against me. Let me test you as much as you're testing my complacency. I think Gunther is one of the very few workers in this business that is never complacent, because he truly does believe that the mat is sacred. He values this so much in a different way versus others. You could tell from his throwback, simple, unorthodox style where it's power, technician. It's not, flash, pizzazz. It's not about, engaging the fans or selling merch. It's about beating people up and proving that you're the better wrestler. And it wasn't about that here. It was about literally a story of honor and testing a man's pride. And for Pat McAfee, he survived the firefight. He may have lost, but in defeat, he gained respect. And I don't think more need to be taken from this, because if you want to be taught an opinion, make your opinion worth something that matters to me. Why should I care about what you say? Well, Pat McAfee and Michael Cole, the duo that stood together, fought Gunther in the ring, died on that sword. I think at the end of the day, it's one of those slow, sad movie endings with humility found, in a way. I don't think Gunther needs to do anything else towards commentary. And as far as what Gunther does next, it will be interesting to see how this might challenge whether or not Pat McAfee was right, if he was complacent for a second, and how Gunther might go after, once again, a championship. We talked about before with likes of Charlotte Flair, for example. How do you redefine a WWE superstar when a title is so tied to them for part of their entire career? Gunther's been champion now for 90% of his career. He's now not at that point anymore, and I don't even think he's thinking about championships right now. So it was a nice segue to get a different perspective on Gunther, the wrestler, versus what they try to create tonight out of Gunther, the entertainer. And I was kind of entertained by this regardless.
Yeah. That's my thing.
Good.
I was just going to say that to Noah's point, I think, I made the statistic that 89% of his WWE run has been with the title. Like, that's ridiculous. That's unheard of in nowadays generation.
Especially in a short span and in this generation, right?
Yeah.
6 years he's been part of WWE. 6 years.
Yeah. So, like, it would be interesting to see what he does outside of that, because, you know, you're always going to get your damn detractors, you know what I mean? Like, well, he only is a Hall of Famer because he's held the title all this time. It's like, well, he just kind of shut up potential detractors tonight with the story he told, so.
Yeah. You know, being a champion nearly 90% of 6 years in any wrestling company in today's wrestling culture, if your name is not Roman Reigns, is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Gunther's done it. So that's crazy to me. I will say also, I love the story, the evolution of Pat McAfee. You know, arrogant outsider coming into NXT as a commentary personality, you know, ruffling the feathers of Adam Cole, baby, and the Undisputed Era, and, you know, getting his comeuppance, but still, you know, scoring big there, you know, moving to the main roster as a commentator and, you know, having the occasional full reign to the ring, you know, battling for his pride against Austin Theory, being humbled by Mr. McMahon until Mr. McMahon took the absolute worst goddamn turn in the history of humankind after that. Because Vince really didn't win that night, now did he? My God.
No.
Whew, that was rough. Even Doll's going, thank you, appreciate you. I'm not the worst, thank you. Golly. And so is Mr. McMahon. Mr. McMahon and Donald Trump both owe Vince a solid for that stunner. Good grief. But Pat's story has been wonderful to watch unfold. I hope now that he and Michael Cole remain the Raw team at the table, doing what Michael Cole has done for nearly 30 years and what Pat has continued to evolve into in the last few. Yeah. I don't know, because again, I'm not in the producer room. If we have a commercial to run, we'll go ahead and do a brief one, and then we'll come back and talk about last night's premium event that we did. I've watched on coverage for.
Let me take a look here. NXT trip. We'll run this one. If you guys want to know a little bit more about the watch-alongs that are coming up, go ahead and grab a drink real quick and check out this little trailer. We'll be right back to talk about what happened last night in New Japan Pro Wrestling and John Cena and Randy Orton. Stay tuned.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And even in my slightly relaxed demeanor for a feeling of uncertainty, the Simple Man still is full of that positivity you all come to know when we truly talk about how we embrace, love, cover, and react to all the wrestling. And now back to our regularly scheduled program with our host with the most for the time being, Jeff motherfucking Meacham. You still have the main event come up before we go into Resurgence.
I did, but I want to make sure we got the commercial as close to the hour as possible.
That's fair.
Also, while we were running the trailer, the WWE created a playlist not too long ago, best WrestleMania musical performances. The first one they showed is Roman coming out at WrestleMania 40 with the All City Philadelphia Orchestra. And I didn't realize it. His emotion walking through that curtain, knowing it's gonna be the last time he walks through as champion. It was you can see it on his face, and of course he knows it's been a tournament. Thank you for the answer. But like just the emotion, and I also think when you have a a human aspect as far as the vocalization. I don't know about the rest of you in here. When I listen to the music of John Williams, especially in the Star Wars saga, and they had the vocalizations like Duel of the Fates, that shit just gets me right here. Having those kids do that theme and be the original recording for the I Am Greatness version of Roman Reigns theme just hits home a lot different for me. Anyway, I just threw that out there as I was watching during the commercial.
That's fair.
And because we're talking about the championship match now, and yes, I don't care how it got done. I don't care what happened. And there was quite the clusterfuck. It was beautiful in its dumb fuckery. John Cena is still the unseen 17, still the WWE champion. Went into Randy Orton's hometown and completely pissed in his backyard. And God bless him for it.
And that being said, Jeff, I'm sure your brother in crime for all lifetime is going to agree with you as we welcome into the night, the Saturday Shenanigans original host with the most that moderates the madness 51 weeks out of the year, the renegade of wrestling, JJ Williams.
Awesome that JJ is here. Now that we're talking about his boy against my boy for the 462nd time in a world title match.
Right?
It wasn't quite that many. They gave us the stats all freaking week, but you know.
I mean, it feels that way.
It does. I'll never forget that one graphic, Jay, they put. We were talking about it whenever they put it out, but like it was like an entire YouTube thumbnail, and each match was like this big graphic wise of all the times they got one-on-one. It's like Jesus Christ.
90 freaking times these two have shared the ring in WWE. Just put that in perspective.
But again, this one was completely different.
Oh yeah.
Randy Orton walks out there. They're singing his song. They're his hometown, but even still, they've been doing that outside of St. Louis for about a year now. They're singing his song. They're vocalizing him in, and John comes out there and he gets the, John Cena sucks chant, which yes, it was almost done in jest. It was almost like Kurt Angle embracing the "you suck." Like John just kind of went with it, but man, it hits so much harder now, and it's so fun to watch. So good, and for me, the match went pretty much the way it needed to go. I'm not a huge fan of the winner, the finish. A big fan of the winner.
You're wearing a shirt.
Yeah, I damn right I am. Every PLE he's on, if I'm a part of the post show or the commentary, I'm going to be the most biased muckerfather in the land. I don't care. It's his retirement tour. Yeah. Don't boo me. You should be booing yourself, Jake. And speaking of that, this buffoon. I love Ron. I've loved Ron for 20 years. One of our original boys on the No DQ crew. Love Ron Killings. Completely unnecessary, or so we thought, for him being involved. And then we go to the press conference, and John's acting like he's going to be kinder to the media and answer questions and do the thing, and then Truth interrupts. John tells him, Ron, if you say one more thing, there will be repercussions. Truth runs his mouth. He gets an AA for his troubles right through that big table in the middle of the podium. And that's how we end the presser. So it looks like the future for John Cena as WWE champion going into the next pay live event, which is advertised main event. So Money in the Bank. Okay, so we're gonna have R-Truth on a pay-per-view where his ladders he's afraid. Got it.
Oh my God! It's R-Truth versus John.
It's R-Truth. You know what though? You know what though? Think about this. We are gonna get stuff we never expected to see throughout this entire year.
Yeah. Honestly.
Instead of turning heel R-Truth at Capital Punishment, where he sees little Jimmy and goes completely off the goddamn deep end. He's been off the deep end for the last 14 years now as a result of it. But
he got okey-doked by a little Jimmy.
We're getting babyface Truth having to battle his fallen idol as the WWE champion. This shit is gonna hit home in the funny bone. I'm here for it.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm totally fair for that too, especially if after that AA, all of a sudden we get the Killings Ron the Truth Killings, NWA champion Ron Killings versus John Cena.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay, you know what? Maybe.
Well, TNA just posted a retrospective little clip video of Truth's time in TNA, so it may not be that far off. But I'm going to start with JJ since he just got here and get his thoughts. Did you actually get to see the show while you were working, Jay, or are you kind of coming in blind here?
I'm coming in blind. That's why I figured Backlash would be the perfect way to start Shenanigans.
Yes.
Because I've seen none of it. See, BJ's doesn't believe in showing combat sports. We'll show football, we'll show baseball, we'll show basketball, we'll show hockey, where, fight for fighting's a thing. But they won't show boxing, UFC, or WWE. Although there was one night where they had TBS or TNT on because of a basketball game or something. So we got a little bit of AEW before they realized it was on and changed it. But
if I remember right, because I used to be a frequent patron of the BJ's up here in Valencia, I think the dynamics of showing the pay-per-views, or in this case now pre-live events, and trying to do a cover charge thing was just out of their brain scope, which is why Buffalo Wild Wings does it up here. They run UFC. They don't run WWE because it's that fake shit. But they'll run UFC. They'll run boxing. So anyway, okay. Well, if you haven't seen it, then I'll just briefly ask your thoughts. Then, any surprise in any of what you've heard or seen clips on your way home?
Well, I haven't even seen clips.
Okay.
Only thing that I know is Jacob Fatu retained because I was paying attention during the watch along stream on my lunch break for that. I was in the chat room.
Okay.
And I know Lyra defeated Becky, which fuck yes.
Fuck yes, indeed.
I think I might have been one of the few people that went against Becky Hogan. Even though I was like full tilt, if we're gonna go Becky Hogan here and have her win the IC title, then she needs to mix it with a little of Stone Cold, call for the person at ringside, have them throw her some real American beer, and just feed into the Becky Hogan shit with some real American beer.
This is what I dealt with during Simply Predicting when I was the first person that went on his axe and died on it if I was wrong. That Lyra should have fucking retained.
Wow. I ended up doing the no DQ predictions and I'm watching your guys' back and I'm like, I think I would have expired at Disney with all the back and forth watching that if I'd have been a part of it. So good on you guys. My goodness.
Any time that I can get this guy confuzzled, and especially bringing up the lucha legend that is El Grande Americano.
That's right.
Amen.
That's right.
Amen.
And especially since I can prove that he and Chad Gable are two different people, and
until
he can give concrete evidence that they are the same man, he is not allowed to say jack diddly shit about it.
That's right. If Kathy Kelly, a respected journalist that she is, can't prove it, neither can any of us, by golly.
But I can bring up the clip of El Grande Americano reported out of the arena while Chad Gable's getting interviewed.
That's right. That's what's a Kathy Kelly, because she was one talking to Chad when it happened.
So, but
that's right.
As far as anything else, Cena retaining doesn't surprise me. R-Truth potentially being next does surprise me. It doesn't surprise me that TNA jumped right on top of it to put a retrospective of R-Truth up. If anybody is good at capitalizing on shit like that, it's TNA. Whether it's AEW, WWE, if it's somebody that competed in their walls and they have a breakout moment somewhere, they are on top of it with a retrospective, and good on them for doing it.
Hell yeah.
I kind of like the concept of this AA through the podium at the presser, knocking the sense back into Truth and him becoming a more serious competitor.
Yep.
That would be cool. I'd also love to see it knock him even loopier and maybe come out with the Road Dogg getting rowdy or dust
my
off the
God.
3LK music.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, well,
Since they have the TNA partnership,
there is
have them
fair,
dust
too.
off the 3LK music, get in touch with K-Dog, have all three of
Triple
them
A,
come out
Triple
there,
A.
and I would just eat that shit up because I was all about the 3LK.
I ain't gonna hold you.
I think I've told the story
Hang on, James.
before
Hang on.
to the point where when I met R-Truth outside of Staples Center one time, and he's walking down the line signing autographs for people, I started doing the "Beware, coming for you, it's the remix," and he's like, "That's what's up."
Yes. Yeah.
And I was like,
You know, I ain't gonna hold you. I go with it. I go
hell
with
yeah.
it.
So,
I mean,
with it.
you've got
Here's
the
the thing.
AAA partnership, so there's
Conan's
K-Dog
there.
right there.
Yep.
Yep.
It's the same day, Money in the Bank and the Worlds Collide.
Mhm.
So I'm sure
Mhm.
Conan's going to be part of the AAA show. Road Dogg
Yeah.
writes for SmackDown. Make it happen.
Yeah.
Seriously.
There's
This shit writes itself.
And I
Jimmy.
apologize. I'm going to be eating on camera because I just got home. Made
That's
me a
okay. I was
couple
doing the same thing,
miscellaneous
so.
TV dinners. So
Yeah.
Ooh, there you go.
But
There you
listen,
go.
you know what? I could see him do this, have a show Respect to Truth after a hard fought match, and then all of a sudden, next night on Raw, go with Truth being this new serious competitor, being a heel, maybe form the Chain Gang, him,
So-
Truth, Conan being the manager, maybe not so much Road Dogg, they get rid of him in replacement of Santana, who K-Dog has some affiliation with. Just a thought.
Seeing his Booker Size main event, and you know, seeing his Booker Size main event, they could have Truth beyond that as opposed to Money in the Bank. But you know, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves in the booking. But my thought process behind that was, yes, this is definitively announced, acknowledged, promoted John Cena's retirement year. I'm also the belief it may be Randy Orton's, which is why they made sure he was one of the marquee opponents. If Truth is involved at this level, it may also be Ron saying, okay, I've been going a long damn time. I've been going hard a long damn time. Maybe it's time I exit gracefully as well. So again, there's so many possibilities here. And to the point of the corners here, AAA and Money in the Bank or World's Collide Money in the Bank are on the same lot, let alone the same day. They're within a few hundred feet of each other. So it's not out of the possibility to have some major crossover going on. Hell, we could even see Chad Gable crossover and wrestle on Worlds Collide, and El Grande Americano wrestle on Money in the Bank in the same day. That would just be a true lucha showcase.
Yep.
To have that man, hell, have him and Chad team up on both shows. Just drive that shit home. I'm here for it. Anyway, I'm just gonna avoid setting Noah's heart off into a fucking frenzy. Ash,
well,
what did you think of the WWE Championship?
Since you brought El Grande back up,
no.
And you are the wrestling historian.
This is valid.
I'm going to pose to you the question I posed to Noah last night on Simply Predicting, or 2 nights ago.
Okay.
If El Grande Americano wins the Money in the Bank briefcase, and then later on loses his mask, and is proven, as Noah theorizes, that it is in fact Chad Gable, would he have to surrender the briefcase? Chad Gable didn't win the Money in the Bank briefcase. El Grande Americano did.
So there is precedence where a masked star winning a championship or a trophy or an accomplishment was forced to either surrender the mask or surrender the title. The Midnight Rider, who for some reason people thought was Death Row, I can't imagine why, baby, won the NWA Championship from Ric Flair. But the biased, one-sided NWA management told the Midnight Rider he had to unmask.
And the Midnight Rider stayed true to his convictions and did not unmask, and therefore the title change was never acknowledged officially. And again, I don't know why.
This by Flair is a 21-time champion.
Well, yes, but no, not really. Like I said, I did that. I can't find that video now. It's capped my ass. I can't find that video. I'm gonna have to recompile it. But again, I don't know why when the Midnight Rider sounded like this, everybody thought he was Dusty Rhodes. I think that's bullshit. Personally, I think he should have been a world champion. However, didn't happen. If El Grande Americano wins the Money in the Bank briefcase and is proven to be Chad Gable, that would be a management call. And based on where El Grande Americano lies, it lies with Adam Pearce. And Adam Pearce, Lord knows, living in San Diego those years, he's not a fan of the illegal taking gerbs either. So, he may actually make him unmasked. So, may happen. By the way, I just love that Adam and I are so happy that they're going to have Survivor Series in San Diego because we're both so fucking stoked about that being at Petco Park. I can't wait to get to November. Just a little personal
Can we
note there.
please have Team Aldous versus Team Pierce at Survivor Series?
Please.
You actually trying
And
to
just-
make brand supremacy matter.
No, not even brand supremacy. Just the up each other's ass between Nick and Adam is great.
Yeah, fair enough. The jury's still out. Nick Aldis is going to face Randy Orton after what happened tonight during the match too. But I believe.
Well, I mean, God, JJ didn't get to see it, but God, Randy Orton RKO'd Aldis and the entire producer pool, so he's gonna face some fines here, I'm sure, coming up on Friday.
Or
Ash. Oh, that might be a way to get him off TV for a while. I like that. No, good shit. Ash, again, it's a John Cena retirement year championship match. It's a clusterfuck. It's dumb fucker at its finest. What'd you think?
This was like a nice, fun way to end off like a multi-year feud between Cena and Orton.
Yes.
I especially love the ending with the shenanigans. It's like as the match was progressing, like I was expecting, it's like, oh god, we're going to get a ref bump already. Okay, we're getting another one up. Yep, there's another one and another one and another one.
Good God.
And the match called for it though, at least. And
No, it did. 100% did.
and there's
just
hey, as a House of Torture fan, I love the shenanigans.
Yes, exactly.
That's why you fit in so great with the team, because we are all about
That's
the
right.
shenanigans.
We like
Especially
House of
on
Torture.
Saturday nights.
Sorry, what was that, Noah?
Fuck House of Torture, he said.
Oh, okay.
Fuck House of
I
Torture,
didn't hear him. Sorry, it was kind of muffled.
Yeah. JJ, since you know the outcome, it is what it is, might as well just tell you. So the reason Truth was involved, after all the ref bumps, after all the producer, everything, Randy Orton lined up to punt Cena the next week.
Mm-hmm.
And Truth ran in and stopped Randy from punting his idol. So then Randy gave him an RKO as well. So not only did Truth take an RKO tonight, he took an AA through a table. I think little Jimmy's about to be upset, y'all. Throwing that out there. So,
I know Ron is upset that they never made a little Jimmy figure, but they made a John Cena figure that you can't see.
Ain't that some shit?
They
You got-
couldn't make R-Truth with little Jimmy, but they made a John Cena figure you can't see.
How dare you?
WWE had WrestleMania weekend. They had their superstars blown down to GCW on the same show that the Invisible Wrestler and the whoever his opponent was had a match. By the way, God bless Bryce, the referee from AEW. That was the greatest thing I ever saw. Oh my God.
That was ridiculous.
If anybody is not seeing this, I forget who the actual names of the opponents were, so forgive me. But Bryce, remember the referee from AEW, the bald referee from AEW, that's not Rick Knox. And that's
So
how I
the ones that
describe
actually
it, 'cause
knows
I know
how to
Rick-
count to three.
Wow, the Knox hate? Really? Right now, Knox today?
Bryce Rensburg is the one you're referring to, by the way, the other referee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anyway. So Bryce refereed a match at GCW over WrestleMania weekend between two invisible people.
Yay.
He sold every. Just Google it. YouTube it.
The ultimate method repping.
The best, Jeff, and I think James will have me on this. You have to watch the Clusterfuck Battle Royal and watch people sell for the Invisible Man.
Oh no, that was great too. That was great too.
Because people were
Yeah.
literally getting eliminated by
I know.
the Invisible Man. It was
I know.
the greatest shit I ever saw. And for some reason, watching it at 1 o'clock in the morning when you're already tired and fucking loopy just made it even better.
That's exactly why it was better, because you're fucking loopy at 1 o'clock in the morning. You don't know what the fuck to do with yourself.
And keep in mind, for James, it was 4 o'clock. It didn't end until 5 in the morning for James.
Dude, that was a fucking
Okay.
ordeal today. I had so
okay.
much work to do.
All right, so we're talking about clusterfuck GCW. This match was the big clusterfuck of the night. Why don't we go ahead and finish Ash's opinion after you segued into an invisible realm?
I'm sorry.
Oh no, that's okay. I was
I'm sorry,
finished.
Astra.
No, it's okay.
Thank you,
I
Mom.
actually was
Good
finished.
Lord.
All right, so
Yeah.
let me move on to. Well, you know what? We'll move on to James then. We'll just kind of carry it around counterclockwise.
I mean, okay. Good match. I kind of enjoyed the clusterfuck ending. I'm happy that R-Truth tried to save Zero and then paid for it. That was funny.
Yes, it was.
Fucking moron.
Oh, I love Truth. Oh my god.
But yeah, overall, it was fun. I'm enjoying this run with Cena.
Yes.
Yeah, overall, I don't have any complaints. I think it's great.
I just love that so many people are so mad about it.
Oh
It's
yeah.
like, guys, you wanted him to turn heel for 15 years. Now that he's done it, you got the boo-boo face. Like, fuck off. Like, seriously.
That's just how wrestling fans are. They don't know what the fuck they want. They're never satisfied.
Oh God, no! Again, it has been it has been interesting to pop in occasionally and just see the opinions and to go on the dreaded app that is Twix and get people have boo boo face at me for fucking nothing. And I've been around, like, but okay, you want to hold shit from no DQ however many years ago? It's like, okay, guys, cool, you do you. Noah, you are our wrestling purist. There's no doubt about it. You also recognize that however it got done, John Cena is now recognized by WWE as the greatest of all time. 17-time world champion. You know, did what it took to get it done at WrestleMania, did what it took to get it done tonight. What do you think?
Well, it was definitely a unique situation, to say the least, that covered all the RKOs and AAs that I thought you could get imaginably out of Johnson and Randy Orton for the last time. It was fun to call and look back at memory lane, considering their damnedest, most violent encounters with each other, where one man was forced to say, I quit, when another man was almost blown up on a stage, where these two have shared the ring, handcuffed, climbed ladders, went through steel cages, hell in a cell. They've literally done everything against one another. They parallelly charged careers, while one received evolution from the WWE within, the other one evolved all on his own through the WWE universe, supporting him or hating him or both. And it was interesting to see all that come into play in this match, where John Cena was so desperate to pull every shenanigan imaginable. The referee taking 2 bumps. That was a nasty bump because of steel ring steps. And then another referee coming down.
Yeah.
Here I thought that SmackDown had 4 officials, and we only saw 2 tonight. That was weird. And then Randy Orton, the most unhinged I've ever seen, the biggest RKO rampage ever, where Nick Aldis ate an RKO for the 3rd time, and every other person inside a suit took an RKO as well. It was literally ridiculous, but hell of a homecoming for the Viper Randy Orton, as it gave me an atmosphere similar to One Night Stand or when John Cena faced Edge at Unforgiven 2006. The match itself basically gave me everything I expected. R-Truth's a fucking moron, but it makes sense as far as his fandom. So I guess if you're going to look at John Cena's final run and those people he's going to face for the final time, I guess you get the glorified 8-8 out of the way at Saturday night's main event, and then you go back to nostalgia with maybe CM Punk or Roman Reigns. I have no idea. But it is one of those things where I do find it interesting, more so post-show. John Cena, I think, even understands. He reflected, I think, looking at the title. That was the last time he got to face Randy Orton. That was the last time he got to wrestle in St. Louis. That was the last time he got to wrestle on Backlash. And he knows, because he's accepted that. He said it. That countdown on why he wants to ruin wrestling, that countdown is his end of wrestling. And I think it is hitting him more and more and more each of these matches. So I'm more so curious how to see Johnson react after the fact when he's done with these matches, as the countdown continues, and how much more of a heavier toll it takes on him than just carrying the championship for a 17th time. But for me, it's WWE. I always held them to a different standard. Definitely not a standard of my professional wrestling greatness, but when it comes to professional wrestling storytelling, they are one of a kind. And this story was basically what I thought it was going to be. A clusterfuck, to say the least. I just didn't think R-Truth was going to be the biggest clusterfuck element in it.
When you figure that whatever program is next for him, whether it's Truth or somebody else, that countdown number is going to go under 20 when that match happens.
Yep.
It's you know, we got the Bryan Danielson notifications like, hey, he's leaving, you know, and of course we got Final Countdown of the song back, which is always awesome. But hey, you know what? I don't want to hear about it, Daniel. He got the job done. I don't want to hear from you. The Oilers are still winning, so you can just be quiet till the playoffs are over. I don't want to hear it.
Yeah,
Hey.
you already know Emmanuel. I'm just saying.
We encourage Emmanuel to speak because him and his sister
I know
are the biggest supporters of the channel.
I know, but I am ginger snap right now because of his goddamn hockey team. Anyway, and I'm hosting tonight, so I'm allowed to be pissy. I'm sorry if I'm a little fucking snippy. I'm old. I'm hurt. I'm fucking tired of my hockey team sucks a dick. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
To be fair, they have since 2014, so you know.
That is not entirely true. They still made the playoffs. They still made the playoffs. They just, you know.
But how many times have they made it out the first round since then?
That would be none.
Okay.
All right, this is Instant Boys
Hey,
Sports.
my hockey team had to make me root for Vegas in this series. You understand how much that hurts my soul, or lack of soul, I guess, JJ?
I know. The Ducks are still the kings of the Western Conference champions. Okay, we can't get out of the fucking first round.
I know. It's awful. Anyway, yes. So, again, I thought Backlash was better than I thought it was going to be going in. Again, you know, five matches seems to be the number we're going for. 7's that sweet spot on the non-Big Five shows, but I know my West Coast people are happy the show goes off the air well before 8 or 11 p.m. Eastern. I know Aaron loves recapping and going to bed right away instead of having to be up in the wee hours like for these damn AEW shows. So I know that makes Aaron very happy. I enjoyed the show. I'm looking forward to the coming week when we've got what's up next week. Oh, for us, watch along wise, there's no watch alongs, but we do have our Muppets karaoke next week. But and May is still jam packed, and we do have Beach Blast.
Well, Jeff,
you funny, Jeff. You
Beach
funny.
Break, box.
Yeah, there's Beach Break, and then
Well, I knew I made that graphic. I knew that was coming. I was waiting into it. So,
but remember, I told you when you submitted the graphic to me that there may be more.
Yes,
there's more. We just have to reschedule them for other days because shit was going down this weekend, and well, Backlash was this weekend. I work this weekend. Mother's Day is tomorrow.
Yes.
So we basically have a watch along every day next week, except for Thursday.
Oh. Well, then
So just to run through these real quick for people, we don't have graphics ready for them. Fucking sue me. I'm busy.
Yeah, fair enough.
Monday night, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 Pacific. Technically about 15 minutes earlier for hype. We're going to be doing Reality of Wrestling watch along as tonight La Princesa finally got her hands on Queen Charmel.
Mm-hmm.
The storyline that I helped to set in motion gets executed. So we are going to be doing that. Tuesday, we're going to be doing JCW's Mayflowers, which is happening tomorrow, free on YouTube, but it's Mother's Day. So we're not doing it tomorrow. We're pushing it till Tuesday.
Which one's JCW again? That's not
Jersey.
Juggalo, is it?
No, it's Jersey
Okay,
Championship
okay.
Wrestling. They run partnership with GCW. Masha is currently their world champion.
Yes.
Okay.
So then Wednesday is Beach Break.
Mhm.
That we're actually doing on the right night.
Right.
Thursday is a off night because I have to work.
Mhm.
And then Friday, were running back last night's House of Glory, where Megan Bayne was stripped of the House of Glory Women's Championship. So the match between Miyu Yamashita and Indy Hartwell was for the vacant House of Glory Women's Championship.
Oh, I heard about that. Okay, well that's cool.
Yes.
So
We'll keep it spoiler-free for you for now. But.
And then Saturday is Muppets Karaoke.
And I'll be asleep.
Okay.
Anyway.
No, you will not. You will be sitting here singing along with us. No, by God, if I have to PayPal you $25 myself to have you seen Am I a Man or Am I a Muppet, I will do it, God damn it.
Nope, I'm taking the night off.
JJ, did I send my updated lyrics to just you or did I send it to the group?
I think you sent it in the group chat.
Okay, because no, I have a part for the Muppet Show alternate opening just for you specifically.
Mm-hmm. You get the Statler Waldorf part.
That's right. You know what we're talking about.
When once he was a wee lad, he watched the Muppets. He likes to sit here and pretend like he doesn't know what
Well, okay. Well, I'm asking. Well, Noah, did you specifically watch the Muppet Show?
Very little.
Okay.
Very freaking little.
The two hecklers in the balcony.
Yeah.
You get their part of the opening theme.
You get their part. Dude, Noah, it's written for you. Why do I always come here? I guess I'll never know. It's like a kind of torture to come and join the show. That is Noah Foster in a nutshell every single fucking Saturday.
This is true. This is
especially the karaoke ones.
Especially the karaoke ones. Yes, exactly.
In a pre-recorded version, and I'll be asleep in bed.
No, you will not. You will be here, sir.
I have no obligation.
No. Do it for me because I can't be here next week. I have familial commitments I wasn't aware of. I can't be here. Do it for me, please.
I'll think about it. Jury's still out.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, before we go into our next topic, since we are talking about WWE and thinking about Mexicans that are masked or unmasked, our favorite name across the Simply Saturday Shenanigans, 26.2 miles outside parts unknown, did give a $5 super chat. We'll go ahead and answer this real quick before we segue into our next topic, since I've been doing everything this week.
All right.
See El Grande Americano becoming the AAA champion or cashing in on not that name anymore, name or dad, that he no longer exists in the company.
So let me say it like this. Let me say it like this.
Oh boy.
I think Triple H is petty enough that he would do that shit.
You told me what?
Just to embarrass Alberto El Patron.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
And then Noah's got to deal with El Grande Americano as your AAA champion, baby.
Dude, the guy that holds the most useless title in WWE, the WWE Speed title, would be the mega champion, the AAA champion. Jesus, can you imagine?
Hey, because of the Speed title, Sol Ruca is Sol 2 belts, okay? She only needs one more, and she's tied with Mercedes. And Sol is actually a good wrestler that people like.
Okay. Hang on. Before you hop on that horse, I have a viewer question specifically in mind about Charlotte and Mercedes that I'm going to direct at the end when we open the viewer question part. So, heel for a moment. Hold on.
I will hold off on any more Mercedes hate until we get to New Japan Resurgence, and I can gloat like a motherfucker.
All right. Well, that being said,
we do have another super chat. But we do have another super chat from one of the Dominguez.
And it is WWE. It is WWE. So
okay, good. As long as it's not hockey, I don't care.
Thoughts on the coach saying Bailey is washed up?
Oh God!
Shut the fuck up, coach.
No.
Shut the fuck up, coach.
Dude, that dude's irrelevancy. The fact that he's on ESPN is probably a crime to sports. You fucking kidding me?
I will say. This is all I'll say about it. I will say. I say this for Coach. I say this for Booker. I say this for a lot of people that have a podcast. Not everybody is always negative, folks. You just see the negative because social media passes you negative info because you're on the algorithms to which will give you the negativity. So just keep that in mind. I have seen Coach praise people as well. I have seen Booker praise companies and people as well. It's just one of those instances where he didn't. Keep that in mind. Have a fucking open mind and don't believe that he's just a dickhead all the fucking time. Don't believe everything you see on the internet, for fuck's sake.
Okay, I don't believe he's dickhead all the time. I've met Coach. I actually like Coach, but his takes, since he's kind of popped back up and doing interviews like with Vandalite or doing things like that, he purposely takes negative takes to get the reactions, which I think is so stupid because Jonathan Coachman, the ESPN personality, has been so much better than that.
Oh no, 100%. You're not going to hear me say anything different than that. That's why I'm saying, like, Coach, you got to stop. Brother, sounding like Stephen A. Smith more and more every day. It's getting like bad.
Yes,
but he has praised things before. Is all I'm saying. So he's not a dickhead all the time.
Sometimes people are dickheads. Sometimes people are actually, believable in their opinions and also can literally connect to others without being an asshole. Ain't that some crazy shit?
And what's stupid to me is him saying she's washed up. No, Coach, when was the last time your WWE opinion was anything but washed up? You've been on the outs longer than you were actually with the company.
About to say, JJ, as I saw you about to say stuff, and you could also echo this, I'm pretty sure I literally heard John Coachman say, and I quote, "I'm not a broadcast journalist." What are people on WWE commentary supposed to be? Yeah, shut the fuck up, old man. Anyway, go ahead and give your opinion.
Oh my God. All right.
You really want to get me going? You already got 15 reasons why. If it wasn't for the fact I don't know where my heart stands, I would be turning this into a rantathon. Go ahead, JJ. Give your thoughts on that super chat before we finally go to New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Please.
I feel like I am the other side of the coin here. I will say it like this. Everybody with a podcast has an opinion. You don't have to agree with their opinion, but they have a right to their opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It falls back on freedom of speech. And the age-old saying, opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one. Most of them stink. I have no issue with Bayley. But if we're looking at the grand scheme of things with the 4 horsewomen, you can kind of make a point that he's right.
Unfortunately, yeah.
I'm just saying, if we're comparing the legacy of the horsewomen, she's the weakest link.
Yeah, she was the last one called up from NXT with the original 4, as it was Becky Lynch, Charlotte Flair, and Sasha Banks. So I do think she was also probably the most underutilized, undermined, and probably underappreciated, especially when she was one of the leaders of the pandemic, lest we forget. So I understand what you're saying. And again, it's a business about what have you done for me lately. The jury's still out, though, of what didn't happen at WrestleMania with Becky's return. I think we would have gotten a lot more out of Bayley and Lyra as the tag team champions. Why now they're hanging on a shelf in the back of Monday Night Raw.
We might have, but, Damage Control lasted way longer than it should have.
Accurate.
It fizzled out real quick. It did what it was designed to do because Io is over like a motherfucker.
As she should be.
And Dakota, well, anyways. And Bayley basically made it known in the Chris Van Vliet episode that in a year and a half she's gone. Probably going to become all elite with her best friend Mercedes.
Oh boy.
So I hate to say it, but I think Coach is right here.
Yeah, that's a rough.
Whether you want to admit it or not, I think he's right here.
Well,
it's a hot take. It's a hot take.
Yeah.
But again, if you're comparing her legacy to the rest of the horsewomen, she's the weak one. And she never was able to truly adapt, it seems, after the hugger gimmick died.
Yeah.
She reinvented herself. There was a little bit of legs, but the hugger gimmick could have gone on forever. And we'll never know what happened if she hadn't killed the hugger.
And of course, that
Well,
heel
to be-
went off
I'm gonna
against
be-
nobody.
This is where I think people are saying fuck Coach in a way. And it's not Coach's fault. It's Vince's fault. Because who is the reason why the fucking hugger gimmick died? It's fucking Vince.
That's
fair.
Simple. I mean,
that's not why I'm saying fuck Coach, but go ahead. Finish your point, James. I'm sorry.
I think for most people, it's like, well, have you even watched the product over the last 700, God knows how many years? You know, the reason why is because, well, shit, he fucking, Vince kind of buried the hugger gimmick with that stupid Alexa Bliss match, and she was never the same after that, so she had no choice but to change gimmick.
Also, the This Is Your Life segment with them didn't help at all as well.
Oh my God.
No, it did not. God
See,
almighty.
I made a similar hot take yesterday in the spaces. I think Ash was there to hear it. The rest of you weren't. And I almost got gutted like a tauntaun for my take. So I'm going to throw it to y'all here because I feel like it kind of relates to this. And we can kind of go back and forth. Ash, you were there, right? You heard me get lynched.
I did, but I don't remember what it was about, though. But I was there.
So I made the comment that Drew McIntyre is basically on the same level as The Miz right now.
Oh, that one, yeah.
He is a utility player that is just being used to get talent over for the main event. And the sooner we accept that, the sooner we stop expecting him to win world titles every time he's in a title match, the better off we will be. And because I compared him to The Miz, who, let's not scoff at the accomplishments of Mike Mizanin.
Yeah.
2-time Grand Slam champion, 2-time Mr. Money in the Bank, 2-time world champion, 19 years damn near in the company, never been released. There's worse peoples to be compared to.
Yeah.
But because The Miz is a comedy character and Drew is a serious character, people wanted to come after me.
What spaces was this?
This was in DJ's space yesterday. It was on Rock and Ropes.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Listen, he's not wrong. I'm sorry, guys. He's not. JJ wasn't wrong for that comparison.
No, I mean, Drew McIntyre has been that utility guy since last year's WrestleMania. Again, he and CM Punk had arguably one of the best matches in WWE last year. Now he's feuding with Damian Priest, who, for all intents and purposes, was a former WWE Heavyweight Champion himself. Hell, he was literally Drew McIntyre's undoing. And these two right now are in a very heated feud, and there's no title in between them.
Yeah.
So I think JJ is actually on point here. I completely agree. But that being said, Ash, you were, of course, there in the spaces. Do you agree with that sentiment? If you have anything for that regarding Bayley's relevancy, please do.
The argument about the utility players, that's the perfect role for Bayley.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, shout out to Nicholas, who was in the space and actually agreed with me. James, you would have been frightened. Me and Nick were like eye to eye yesterday in the space.
Yeah, they were talking. They were doing a keep or fire for an AEW roster, and like 80% of the people, JJ and Nick were on the same page. I'm like sitting there going like, wow.
To the point where I had to ask him his food order because I had to beat him to the punch.
Anyway, food aside, Ashley, continue to feed us your thoughts.
If Bayley is, if rumors are to believe that Bayley is leaving, I hope she does the best wherever she lands. Because at this point, what is there for Bayley to do here in WWE other than win a mid-card title? Because she's pretty much done everything. She's pretty much almost feuded with everyone. So it's like, what's there left for her to do?
Yep.
Other than to help put other people over and be a utility player like The Miz and Drew McIntyre.
The only thing that she hasn't done that she said on the CVV interview that she wants to do is a romance angle.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
She said she's never been involved in a romance angle and she would like to do one.
Isn't
But
she
who would be
married?
the perfect person to do that with her, though?
No, not anymore.
Oh,
If they were to, that is, if they were to.
So, in other words, what you're saying is, hey, WWE, can you put me in an angle where you find my new fiance? Thanks.
The Spanish soap opera waiting to happen on Telemundo. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, that being said, I don't think Bayley's washed up. I think Bayley's just been exhausted for everything she could do in WWE. And it's one of those things where, unfortunately, if you don't have booking, you're not used. There's a reason why they went to the Becky and Lyra angle, and for all intents and purposes, you got one of the best women's championship matches so far this year in WWE.
Cleaver volunteers as tribute for her.
Nice.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
going to say, you know who I would use?
Freaking idiot.
I would use one of these 4 men. Yes, for reasons, but I also think it would do wonders to help elevate them up. Use either Joaquin Wilde, Cruz del Toro, Angel, or Berto.
Yeah, I see Angel Garza and Bayley definitely being a thing that could be interesting. I mean, they both definitely had a high level of energy, especially Angel Garza was formerly the Cruiserweight champion. But again, we'll see what happens. Jeff, do you have anything added regarding JJ's thoughts about Drew McIntyre being, at this point, utility player? Has Bayley pretty much been exhausted to that point, or has her need for booking seem even less than that?
I think everybody's points in this room are 100% on point. My problem is with Coachman. Okay. Coach is of the opinion that she's washed up. Why is Jonathan Coachman's opinion being allowed to matter in the wrestling space at this point? Is my issue. Again, I'm not, above or below anybody, but I feel like Coachman purposely, repeatedly now, has stepped away from wrestling and didn't want anything to do with it. Okay. Don't have anything to do with it then. Keep your goddamn thoughts to yourself. Like I said, I like Coach. I do. I thought he got a terrible hand dealt to him as far as the way he was honked out on television on the regular. Yeah. People found it funny, and back in the 2000s when I was a teenager, it was hysterical to watch Coach do the Charleston, or have him pick his own booger. Oh no, that was Kevin Kelly, another highly respected journalist. I just, I don't know. Like, I think as I don't appear on the shows every week, and I kind of sit back and watch things from a distance, I fail to understand why the negative opinions of people that haven't been actively involved in regular storylines or regular television for so long are still made to be relevant. And I'm not saying it was relevant here because it was a super chat, and we appreciate the super chats, and that's great. But my whole base understanding of it is not there, I guess. And I guess that's a disconnect I have now, as I don't consider myself a full-time personality anymore. I don't understand why the need to just randomly spew out that negative crap even exists. I guess for me, I don't get it. I don't understand it, I guess.
Yep.
I mean, it's like I always say, you could have a critical take, you could have a constructive take, you could also have a cynical take. I think it's in context to the fact that what you put out there is just text. You don't know the real story or emotions behind it, but also some people, they just might be flat out short-term assumption idiots. And whether Coach is that or not remains to be seen if you know him as a person or as his credibility as a journalist. But if you work for ESPN, there has to be something behind that resume, I suppose. They don't hire any just jabroni off the street.
Well, no, I would love to know the context. Was Coach being interviewed? Was he doing his podcast? Like, where did the quote come from?
That's
I guess
another
is my
reason why. That's another reason why I said what I said. It's like it's so out of context. It's unbelievable. We don't know what that context is about. It clearly looks like he was brought in. It doesn't look
Okay.
like it was something he was initially a part of. I could be wrong though. The problem is we don't have the context because we're just seeing shit on Twitter. You know,
Well, y'all are. I don't do that.
Yeah, see, Emilio saying his niece read it. She's a non-wrestling fan, so that says a lot. So if she's seeing it as a non-fan, then they're like the whole purpose behind it is what befuckles me, I guess.
Well, regardless, the purpose behind it's a whole different conversation. But the question that we're answering, in our opinion, do we agree with the
yes.
aspect of Bailey being washed up? It
I
seems like they're wringing that sponge pretty dry.
I think if she's going to bow out when her contract's out, then having her be a utility player in the vein of Miz and Drew is fine. It for me, and again, I have a little more fandom connection, whatever you want to call it, with Miz and Bailey than I do with Drew. So I wanted to see her compete at WrestleMania. I wanted her and Lyra to have that tag title match. I don't like the fact that she was removed for Becky's return, and I'm not a Becky hater. I like Becky. And I know that gets me lynched, but anyway, it's again. I guess I'm feeling more of the disconnect because I have tried very hard to adopt the philosophy of this man and just sit back and enjoy the wrestling. I purposely re-up my TNA Plus subscription this week because I realized after Rebellion, I am watching a single goddamn episode of television. I'm like, oh shit, I better get caught up. And trying to find AX on demand is like trying to find a new pope. Well, actually, it's pretty fast this week. That's a bad comparison. It's like trying to get a hold of the president on the telephone. There you go. So I figured, okay, just do TNA Plus, and they're right there on my button. Cool. Yeah. I guess the disconnect for me is becoming more real with each passing week because I don't come in here every week. I don't appear on a lot of the podcasts every week like I did. I just happen to do 2 this week. So I'm getting more of the information this week, kind of like bombarded into me because I'm having to play catch up ball as a result of making these appearances.
Yeah.
So it's fair. It's a lot of sensory overload, and plus sensory overload in wrestling, plus literal sensory overload in my workplace every single day because this is the nature of the beast over there. My brain's a little as a result.
Yeah, my brain and heart's definitely been that way leading this project at work. But regardless, there's no arguing how Drew McIntyre and Bailey have shown a work ethic, stronger match.
Oh God, yes,
and should at least be respected for that. Well,
I will say this much, and
go ahead.
I haven't seen the clip, so I don't know for sure. I'm just going to speculate here for a moment.
Go for it.
I do know that Coach does 2 shows a week with Russo, the Coach and Bro show.
Okay.
So I wonder.
Okay.
I'm wondering if the quote came from that.
Nope. I will say no. It couldn't have been because Russo was not on that show from the clip I seen. However, knowing that information now, all right, yeah, fuck Coach.
That doesn't mean
no. I'm not automatic.
I was going to say that doesn't mean it couldn't have been a Coach and Bro show because there have been times when Russo has had to miss an episode. Someone's filled in. It's still been Coach and Bro. There's been times when Coach has missed. Someone's filled in. It's still been Coach and Bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
That has nothing to do with it, but
yeah. I am not that guy that I've been very vocal. I don't just blanket hate Vince Russo at this point. But however, Vince Russo's takes on current wrestling are just that. Vince Russo's takes.
Right.
So
this is a guy that has not been active in the business for well over a decade.
Yeah.
That's not entirely true because he does write television for Rocky Mountain Pro in Colorado. His
Okay,
friend
I
from
apologize for. Okay, I apologize for misspeaking. He's not actually involved in
a major
mainstream
promotion. I will
televised
give you.
wrestling yeah, and again, his opinions and the opinions of his co-hosts, it's they're going to be skewed toward
Yeah.
the era in which they worked and in which they produced.
Yes, and that was going to be my point before everyone started to get all Twitter pated because I said
About
Vince
Russo,
Russo.
yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Vince Russo is very much a mixed bag. I know a lot of people don't like him. I still find his takes entertaining.
Yeah.
It's the same reason I watch JD. I find it entertaining. I don't always agree with everything that they say, but I watch it for entertainment because watching this guy rant and rave for 3.5 hours, I think is funny. There's other shit I could probably be watching that's maybe a little bit healthier, but watching this dude have a spaz on YouTube is entertaining to me. So I watch it.
There you go. And
But-
entertainment is subjective.
Exactly. So, but the point being is that if you're hanging around Russo, your takes are going to probably slide a little bit more towards Russo's style of takes. Very rarely when you hang out with a Russo or a JD do you get the yin to the yang and you get that balance. You know, the rare exception that I find is the Solomonster on TNT. I find him and JD to be a very good yin and yang. So I just feel like Coach tipped the scales a little bit more into the Russo side of things. And they have very similar of opinions. It's kind of how me and Walter seem to agree on a lot of stuff. Like me and Jeff used to agree on a lot of stuff. Don't know if we're still clicking on all cylinders like we used to be because we haven't really done a stream together in ages. You know, aside from him popping into something like this, like it's been over almost a year since we did a dad's or anything to see if we're still on like the same frequency. But me and Walter seem to be there. Russo and Coach seem to be there just on the other side of that spectrum. Birds of a feather. Birds of a feather flock together. And ducks fly together.
All right. Well, that being said, as we're all together for the shenanigans that will continue, we're going to move ahead to New Japan after we take another commercial break. Since we only have this trailer, for those that are just now tuning in, it's a little out of date, but go ahead and watch this and see what else is ahead. I'm not the host, but I'm sure as hell going to probably be hosting a lot of this Watch Along Madness. Check it out.
And now for a taste of things to come.
And we're back, and Safet said it best for me, as I don't try to overkill a gimmick, because truly here we are about all the wrestling. And welcome back to Saturday Shenanigans with your impromptu host, Jeff Meacham, co-hosted by the usual host, Renegade Wrestling, JJ Williams. As we go into, believe it or not, our second scheduled topic. From the backlash in WWE to the fallout last night in New Japan Pro Wrestling. And Ash, if you want to call Dominion, let me know because I'm totally for it.
Ooh,
so,
okay.
go ahead and leave the Resurgence talk, folks.
So I did not get a chance to watch this show, so I am going
say that
to. It's going around the table real quick. I will say, and this leads to my question later for the viewer question portion if we get there with enough time to get it fully properly answered. I am glad only because it allows her to focus on AEW and allows New Japan to go outside of the box with that title. I'm glad Mercedes lost on Friday, or yesterday rather. Which was Friday, so I guess we're in a minute. And I like the fact that her focus is now going to be on the tournament and maybe winning the tournament and getting that challenge for the women's world title, because I, as a fan, and I know a lot of people don't like it, and that's fine, but I think you almost have to get to Tony versus Mercedes. It calls for it at this point. Like, neither one of them has anything else left to work, to do, to prove, to work with, whatever. They are the top two female stars in the company, as far as the ones that are being heard on TV on the regular. So her losing at the New Japan show here in California, which, when you think about it, she was supposed to win the title in the first place here in California, so her ultimately losing it back is kind of, full circle shit, long-term storytelling shit. God damn it, guys. Can we just get through one fucking segment?
No.
I'm begging you.
Well, to be fair, it is a gimmick of. It is a gimmick.
I know, but it's more about what's her name. Candace, it is about her.
The purple-haired one, yes.
You're wrong.
By the way, it was, again, JJ and I are never going to agree on her ever, but it was really cool to see Indy give as much praise as she did to so many people, including Candace during her interview with CB. Anyway, other than that, I know that they who live out in the Cucamonga Rancho area were on that show, and I'll let everybody else speak on that because fuck those two. So yeah, I'm glad Mercedes lost, not because fuck her, it's because okay, now we can get some fresh blood or generating through the New Japan women's division, and we can get Mercedes focused on AEW stuff, which is where it should be. So how much money Tony's throwing at her. On to the next.
I'm going to go ahead and go real quick here because I still haven't seen the whole show. I stopped it after the Bullet Club versus Bullet Club match because, Matt and Nick Jackson just ruined the vibe for me, so I couldn't watch anymore after that. I'm kidding. I was tired as hell. It was almost midnight. I had work in the morning.
It was a 4-hour show that started 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I'm the crazy Yahoo that called it on his own live.
Yeah, he Joey Styles did for us, which again, thank you, brother.
I'm sorry. I wasn't able to give my shift away. No one was going to take it. Sadly.
It's all good. It's all good, Ash. Like Noah is so fond of saying, priorities over passions.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I did watch the first 5 matches, the 2 pre-show, and then that was the 3rd match, the Bullet Club match.
Correct.
What I saw of the show, I thought was good. B. Priestley, the former Blair Davenport, obviously making her return, definitely shocked the shit out of everybody.
Right?
I love how they played it with the lights going out, because rolling blackouts are definitely a thing in Southern California. So they played that up very well.
Yeah, you would know.
For the top guy to make her return, I was like, Okay. Even though it had already been spoiled, even though I already knew, I was like, okay, yes. On her 90th day, she had her first match back. I thought that was good. What I thought was interesting, though, and I made the haha about the Jacksons. I will never stop hating on the Jacksons. But I will say that it was odd seeing them as baby faces in the match. You heard me right, Jeff. Because it was the Young Bucks and the returning Good Brothers in Ontario, so they were literally down the street from where they grew up. And they were fighting the War Dogs. So it was OG Bullet Club versus New Bullet Club. It was so weird seeing them as baby faces again.
They were in baby faces in their backstage comments where they talked about how they wanted the Good Brothers to come out last. The Good Brothers says, no, you guys deserve it. It was really weird seeing that aspect and how much credit they gave the Good Brothers in who they are and what they gave to Bullet Club.
And then post-match seeing, I think it was Nick, Carl, and Doc on the ramp, and Matt is in the crowd hugging people. I think their parents were there. Signing autographs, taking photos with people. I'm like, what the hell kind of fuckery am I living in right now where the Bucks are actually good guys and I'm not fuming over it?
They were getting their system before Dynamite 300.
You know, like
They're gonna be
the only thing missing, Jeff, was them coming out to Hanson.
They came out to the old Bullet Club theme, which I thought was really cool.
Yeah, I thought that was cool too. You know, as audio tuned and worse than Def Rebel bullshit as that song is, I still popped for hearing it because that was the Bullet Club theme I knew.
Right, exactly.
But you can't sit here and say that song is better than Def Rebel shit. That shit is garbage, Noah.
And it actually has more words and it actually has a better guitar riff.
God damn it. But what I saw so far was really good. I really liked the Fred Rosser match.
Oh, yeah. I guess Matt Van.
Darren Young.
I love Fred Rosser,
the
man.
Former Darren Young, I feel, is like a fine wine. He just gets better and better with age in every match that I see him in.
Yep.
The guy that fans used to call Black John Cena.
Right.
Training future generations at the New Japan LA dojo.
New Japan Academy.
And just having a fucking banger in, honestly, the curtain jerker, because pre-show doesn't count. Well done by Rosser.
Yeah, and again, Rosser literally was the coach to Matt Vandergriff, and that feud really stemmed off Battle in the Valley when Matt Vandergriff refused to be Fred Rosser's partner and wanted to buck up against his coach. Matt Vandergriff, of course, the former Strong Survivor, held that title for a year, felt he was better than Fred Rosser, didn't need any more of his mentoring, and Fred Rosser gave a very painful lesson, but to Matt Vandergriff's credit, it was the first time he was on a main card in New Japan Pro Wrestling of America, and he really took his coach to quite the limit. Still lost, though, with the chicken wing, and he held that chicken wing on for a long time afterwards, too. That was a very painful statement in humility.
Between that and Frankie, it's nice to see the chicken wing making a comeback.
That's
true. Yeah, dude.
You
It
know,
is still so funny to me to think of Fred Rosser in his pre-Darren Young days, one of the 16 men that could have been the post-TNA NWA champion. And he's still, and that was 18 years ago.
Yep.
And he's still going out there and doing what he do. I love it.
and then I have to address the elephant in the room, even though I haven't made it to that match yet. I did watch your coverage of the last few matches, so I do know, obviously, that Mercedes lost. And I'm going to try to be nice about it. Yep, there we go. I think I'm going to use that picture to be my new Shills image.
Damn it, JJ, you fucking idiot!
By the way, you see my hands are back here. I didn't throw that up those times. I threw it up the first time because I loaded it.
Jeff is back, I guess, as producer B.
No, he doesn't have.
I didn't touch it. My hand's on the controller.
So it had to be.
Continue talking. Just continue talking.
It had to be either Noah or James
It
because
was
no one
Noah.
else has it. But in any event, I am happy that Mercedes lost. Obviously, I am surprised that Asume is who won, though.
I'm so happy. I'm not.
I really thought it was going to be Mina. That way they could carry the rivalry into AEW. You know, Jeff brought up the whole Tony Mercedes thing. I still hold firm in my belief that it's going to be Mercedes Athena and Tony versus Jamie. And I am praying that this was the first domino to start falling for Mercedes. Now we go to Double or Nothing, and she loses that match. So she doesn't get the Owen Championship. You know, we have Athena cost her the match. That way we set up Athena versus Mercedes at All In. Maybe title for title. And then have Mercedes lose that title.
No.
You know, let's just start the ball rolling here.
Yes.
And then come next year, maybe we can do something with her in the world title. But for me, Mercedes needs to be presented as something sympathetic.
Heard that.
For me to want to see her become champion. And I think a lot of people are kind of with me on that. The fact that she came into the company and basically has been handed everything on a silver platter, whether you want to believe that she has creative control or not, which that's up for debate. I'm not going down that rabbit hole to Wonderland.
Please don't.
Okay? But the fact that she seemingly had so much handed to her on a silver platter since joining AEW. Mercedes is being presented as that person you need to see hit rock bottom. She needs to turn into Sad Corbin so that when she starts to rebuild herself, people can get behind her.
You need to be humbled, Bubba. Humbled bad, you know, Bubba?
So have her lose the New Japan Strong title. Have her lose the Rev Pro title. Have her lose the Owen. Have her lose the TBS title. And then she can start rebuilding once she's lost everything.
And start back up from zero. Well, let's JJ
Question then, Jay.
Mercedes Monet's run. Well, that being said, does anyone have anything else to say besides Mercedes Monet regarding Resurgence? Am I the only one that knows the entire show because I'm the only damn person that covered it?
Jeff did have a question for me.
Yeah.
Well, it was about Athena. If she wins, does that mean she vacates the Ring of Honor title and we finally get a reset on that one too? Because I mean, you almost have to at this point, right?
I mean, Samoa Joe relinquished the Ring of Honor Television Championship, and he's the longest reigning ROH World Television Champion. So I could definitely see that. Now she's beating everybody in AEW, ROH, Joshi Pro. It seems it would seem poetic. I almost wonder if they're going to let her get to that 4-figure sum, though. But again, time will tell.
Well, isn't Death Before Dishonor going to be in like September now?
Correct.
Yeah.
So after All In, they could start a tournament to crown the new champion at Death Before Dishonor.
Did they? And again, I'm still trying to catch up. Did they add the Pure Women's title, or did they replace the Pure over the TV?
They added for the women a Pure Championship. So the women have
another damn title.
Because the women
That's
have to have
wild.
a championship to match each men's title.
I guess, but damn, that's a lot of titles over there for people that aren't watching that show. That's
And-
crazy.
And I don't know if you noticed or heard, because I did see this today. July 3rd, AEW will be in Ontario, California.
California.
Yes, that is the is that Dynamite 300?
Mhm.
Yes.
Dynamite 300 will be
Yeah.
out here for us.
Yeah, Aaron sent me that, and I said one word back. I said noted, and that's because that is after my probationary period at Disney ends. So I could, in theory, say, "Hey, can I either have that night off, or even the next morning? Because if we're going to be in Ontario all night, then I'm going to need the next day." But part of me goes, "Okay, yes, I'd like to go." Part of me goes, "Yes, I'd like to go out there and see another episode of Dynamite." But if they're going to be in Ontario and they're making it clear in the advertising that it's going to be a Young Bucks thank you note, pretty much from Tony, I do not want to sit through 2 hours of that shit. Like, I can't. It's like I will be visibly, violently ill for the entirety of the show. Like, I don't know if I can deal with it.
I feel
So.
you. Trust me, I do.
Yeah.
But it's the 300th episode of Dynamite.
It's a hell of
I know.
That's
I
the
know.
hook for me. That's
Well,
the hook.
the other
I mean,
the other
we
thing is,
did
I
go
do.
to Dynamite at the Forum. We saw
We
the
did.
match 7,
Yeah.
Death Triangle versus the Elite ladder match.
Yep.
That's so serious.
I wouldn't mind going and seeing this show. Have it be my second AEW show, be the Dynamite Collision tapings, Dynamite 300, 4 hours television.
The other main thing is
watch along like they did the last time, because it's a special episode. So we're going to cover it anyways.
Hey, I'm always up to covering AEW because there's always some crazy shit that goes down with many wrestlers I still love and support.
So my only thing is, as far as that goes, now is straight money. I was supposed to be at the show last night. I couldn't do it. Ended up picking up a shift. Didn't have regrets because I made a ton of money yesterday. Because we had a special shift, so I ended up getting a little OT, so that was nice. I don't want to make sure I have money that way when New Japan comes back later this year. I get to go see that because I haven't done New Japan ever. And I also want to have money for Survivor Series. Because number one, getting the Survivor Series is going to be a transit bitch because it's all the way in San Diego. Gonna have to stay down there because getting back that late is not even gonna happen anyway.
Yeah.
So
right.
I again always down to go out to the Toyota Arena. But now that I've been to a rain game, I don't have to worry about using that phrase anymore because I've actually seen hockey there now. But it's a matter of logistics and money. Everything in wrestling, JR always says, is cash and creative. For me, it's the cash to do it and a creative way to get there.
Yeah. Ash, I gotta ask you one thing. You say you haven't watched Resurgence though, right?
I have not, but I've seen some results about some stuff. Yes.
So, do you know what happened to your boy Zack Sabre Jr. against Hiroki Goto for the IWGP Championship?
Yeah, and I'm not mad about it. Goto's been on hell of a run.
I was saying, you know the result though, right? Like how we got to the result?
Yeah, it was a double pin.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was just wondering if you had anything you want to say regarding that. Now it's going to be Goto versus Shingo at Dominion. I just wondered. Yeah, I'm about to say.
Yo, that's going to be a hard-hitting freaking banger in both sense of the word.
Well, Dominion's shaping up to be, again, another hell of a show from Osaka, Joe Hall. Might want to have to watch on schedule with our crazy asses. But yeah, for those that didn't watch Resurgence, I thought it was an incredible show. We had new tag team champions as Templar on TJP beat the world-class Ring Crew, Gerald Nelson and Royce Isaacs. Bea Priestley, TL's Point, returned home to Japanese wrestling. Her finisher, by the way, now called Plan B. How fitting. And she beat Diva Van in an impromptu match. Tomoyoshi, of course, defended the Strongweight Championship successfully against Drew Maloney. Hell of a hard physical battle. Again, Stone Pitbull Wrestling is the hardest damn fight of your life. Don't at me. Of course, the Konosuke Takeshita, the Alpha, still is never a weight champion after beating ELP in a tremendous battle. Tokon fighting a Spirit. I think ELP gained some respect from Konosuke in the end as well, especially surviving all those power drive knees. Jesus Christ. And again, Goto, Zack Sabre Jr., did Goto survive? Did he win? Jury's still out. Double pin. Zack Sabre Jr. was dissecting him. But yes, Goto will face Shingo Takagi now defending the title at Dominion. And of course, as you all pointed out, Asume, Mina Shirakawa, Mercedes Monet, they main evented, and it was Asume that got the win, pinning Mina Shirakawa with the Asume Sushi, the sushi roll, of course, as Monet looked on in that gas graph that I guess JJ is now going to turn into not only a meme, but maybe his new publicity promos graphic here. And we have a brand new women's strong champion in a person that previously challenged for this title, literally against Sakura Genesis in triple threat action against Monet and Azuki. Not to mention, she's coming off matches, lost to Starlight Kid and lost to Mayu Iwatani. I think Asumi, who's been impressing us in and out of AEW, New Japan, and Stardom, I think she deserved this. And already Bea Priestley said that she's going to see her very soon. But I thought Resurgence was another great show for the American side of New Japan Pro Wrestling, and I look very forward to the next one. And right now we got Best of Juniors going on and Dominion, and of course, G1 Climax season is once again going to be very soon.
Boy, that's going to be that's going to be a marathon.
I mean, it's always a marathon with Japanese wrestling. I baptized Walter in almost all the promotions except Stardom's greatest shows. Now I'm going to see how well you can hang with me. Good luck. But yeah, I enjoyed it, and the fact that I called that last night on my own, it was weird, but it was fun. I would not mind doing that again. But I do look forward to calling the show with you, whether it's Japan or AEW.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Like I said, if I'm available for Double or Nothing, you and I can call it together.
Yeah, I'm for it. Especially if it means Jamie Hayter takes up Mercedes Monet's head to the point she can't gas like this. That's for you, Jay.
I'm hoping.
Look at that face. Shock and awe galore. Good Lord.
I'm hoping Hayter wins the tournament. I'm pulling for Hayter to win the tournament because
right. Hayter needs to freaking win, and I'll get the link to her in a moment. All right. Well, if no one else has anything on Resurgence, I know that JJ answered your question, Jeff. Does anyone have anything to add regarding the Athena aspect of losing the championship before we move on?
I just want to go back to the image real quick. It's like I feel like I have to come up with something because
why you do that.
You give me so much crap about my Cora Jade image, or excuse me, my Elena Black image.
I'm about to say, let's respect
you give me so much crap about that I feel like this is a perfect one to replace it with. I mean,
I support the Renegade Wrestling JJ Williams. What?
There's so many that face you make memes that you could make with that image.
Oh Lord, here we go. It's a meme-palooza. Go ahead, everybody. Let your thoughts be known. Jesus Christ.
I could sit here. I could start running through some, but I don't want Noah to turn beet red. If we're gonna embarrass Noah, we'll save that for Muppets karaoke.
Jury's still out.
I was about to say the face Noah makes if Evil wins the G1 this year.
The face Noah makes when he sees the bunny on his television.
Ow! Nick said warn somebody before you scream.
Well, going into the morphing grid, I got busted and I almost busted her eardrum. You can thank JJ for that, as once again he's pissed me off. Hello, Nintendo. Welcome to the chat.
Hi, Noah.
How are you? And damn it, JJ, you freaking! I'm not going there. Not going there. I'm gonna rant.
Tranquilo, no.
15 different things I can rant about right now. I swear on everything pure.
And if somebody super chats $100, we will get Noah an El Grande Americano mask that he will wear on a stream to show his support for the Lucha legend.
Can we also see with El Grande, El Renegado de la Lucha Libre?
Yes, we'll figure it out. I think I can get in contact with him. And we can have El Grande Americano and El Renegado de la Lucha Libre call when worlds collide together.
Yeah, there are 5 Yahoo's here, and I already told Jeff my time, so I'm going to pull a Kenny Omega here and bid you all now a fine adieu. You all are fucking crazy. But until next time, Simply Predicting Community and Simply Reliable Studios, goodbye. And
we'll see you next week.
Bang.
I know.
We'll see you for Muppets karaoke, Noah.
Phenomena.
Wait, so what were you guys talking about? Like, what did you guys talk
don't
about?
know.
Like, what did the topic say?
We were talking about New Japan Resurgence.
Yeah.
Oh. I didn't watch it. I only went to Resurgence
Okay,
in
well,
2021 when I was at the Coliseum.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, I was supposed to go last night, but again,
I'm
it work
in
was
the
what it
same
was.
boat
So.
as her, by the way. So,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have anything to add anyway. Because
It's okay. I looks like I saw, other than Noah, the most, and I already talked about it. And all we have to say is that.
Yay.
Amen. Okay. Well, in that case, what was the other topic before we move on to commercials or viewer questions?
The next topic was going to be the impending return of Skye Blue.
Oh, okay. Okay.
There was a teaser shown for her on Collision last week, and they've announced that she will be a part of the 4-way eliminator match this week on Dynamite. Tony Storm, Skye Blue, and 2 other people. Just thoughts on her being thrown into this position so suddenly upon her return.
I mean, I'm not a fan of eliminator matches anyway. Like, I still do not like the concept. I think they're stupid. I always have.
I have a question because I'm not too familiar with the eliminator matches. What are the purpose of the eliminator matches?
So basically, an eliminator match is if you can beat the champion, then you get a title shot.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But in the history of AEW, yeah.
Yeah. Just, yeah.
Sorry.
Has any of the challengers actually won an eliminator match?
3 women.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a history of eliminator matches have won one.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
It's and again, you have a 4-way eliminator match, so the odds are better that you're going to have somebody win. But then,
because Tony doesn't have to get pinned.
Yeah.
Yes, but then you get to the next step. Has an eliminator actually won the title match after the fact? To my knowledge, no. So it's if you're going to have a champion in a match, just fucking make a title match. If you, as the matchmaker, booker, creator, whatever, are of the opinion that these 3 people are deserving of a title shot enough where you're going to give the opportunity to earn a title shot, just fucking make a title shot.
Yeah.
It's stupid for me. Like, I don't understand the concept.
You have a lot of women on top of that. You have a lot of other women that aren't being utilized at all. So you should give one of them a shot as well.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing, if it's Skye's return, good for her. You know, that she came back and then got hurt again. It was such a fluke, unfortunate thing. I hope she has not catch the Dakota Kai injury bug and is actually able to stay on television and stay healthy. Because, man, Dakota getting released was only because of that. Because it wasn't from lack of effort, and sure as fuck wasn't from lack of fan support. Good grief, man.
Yeah, true.
But Skye really has to, at least for me as a fan who is very jaded by AEW at this point, she really has to establish herself as, okay, I am back. I'm going to make a huge statement in this match, regardless of who the other 2 women in the match are. And I'm going to make sure not only is Tony Storm aware of my presence, not only is Tony Khan aware of my presence, but the AEW audience can't help but want me to remain around permanently. She has to do that. She's got a great look, always has. Her character kind of gone back and forth a lot, and with Malachi's departure, and Buddy being hurt, and Brody having to carry on along with Julia Hart. I don't know if you bring her back in that role or just have her just completely go cold turkey away from it. But whatever they do, they have to do something significant enough where the audience is going to take notice and go, "Oh, okay, cool." Because otherwise, she's just another person waiting to be taken away from catering and go, "Okay, time to go on TV now."
Yep. He's not wrong.
Am I still hosting or should I? It's only lost track. What the fuck?
Well, I was about to say, JJ, do you want to take back hosting duties? Because we were.
No, I'm actually kind of enjoying just sitting back here.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Letting Jeff do the thing. You know, I can feed him what the topics are, but
right. Well, only because I can't go back and forth with the phone. So, Dahil, you just got here. You're an AEW viewer. Let's hear your thoughts on Skye Blue's return this coming week.
Well, first of all, I'm wondering why we're having 2 eliminator matches back to back. And Tony Storm just had one this past week on Dynamite. Why are we having another one this coming week?
Because she doesn't have an opponent for Double or Nothing.
Yep, there you go. JJ said it for me.
Yep.
I'm like, when we see Double or Nothing is in 2 weeks.
25th.
So if
In
this
Arizona, yep.
eliminator doesn't determine an opponent, then next week we'll probably will. But since she is returning, and like I was mentioned in the comments by Christopher that Tony Storm is 12-0, and like she doesn't have an opponent, I could potentially see Skye Blue winning this. You know, but then it's like, where does Skye Blue go from here? After, assuming she wins, and then loses, I would assume lose to Tony Storm at Double or Nothing.
Yeah, I think we run into the problem that we all talked about going into the Mariah May Tony Storm program. Where do you go with either of them? That was the greatest story AEW has told in their 5 years. Period.
Yep.
And they had a cinematic movie ending.
It
haven't seen Mariah May since, except like popping up, you know, here and there and making social posts. And Tony's been carrying on, but I don't believe in the threat of her losing the title now, because nobody else has been built up to that point except for the people competing with Mercedes for the TBS title and the people involved in the Owen tournament.
Yeah.
Which is why, you know, again, gotta be patient, Jeff. I know, but it's hard to be patient. It's hard to be humble when you're sitting here and telling, okay, we're going to get here, and this is a great story, but like every other Hollywood movie of the 21st century, the sequel is going to suck, or the next story, the next chapter of the story is going to be less than that. It's like what's happening with Tony right now. But
Not every sequel sucks, but that's a different conversation.
As of the 20, the other problem with that whole scenario is there are only other seven different stories in the entire history of the world. When you really break them down, there are only 7 different stories, period, in the history of literature, movies, whatever. And everything ever told is a variant on one of those 7. Look it up; it does exist. There's a book about it. James, again, you know, Skye's coming back from injury again, and she's got the momentum, but there are so many different ways you can go, and I don't think the ratio is positive in nature. I think there's so much more that can go wrong here than can go right, at least from my perspective.
Yep. I'm with you. I mean, again, we know it's going to be good, but like,
Sure.
It's the having a match for the sake of having a match, which is AEW's specialty, to be honest.
Yeah, and you know, again, it leads to great pay-per-views, so it's very hard to just 100% hate on it, because you know the end result always turns out great. But my thing is, when I watch wrestling on television, I need to be stimulated every single week. And I said this, I think I said in a review, tuning in every 2 hours, every Wednesday, it's just like, okay, I have so many more things I can be doing.
That's me.
And it's hard for me to get positively emotionally invested. I saw a comment. I forgot. It was during the 100th part of the presser tonight, saying that Moxley was a better champion overall for the company than John Cena. I was like, okay, no, I need to like break my fingers. Like, I can't type it back to this person. Oh my god, I'm gonna go off on the during
Who said that?
YouTube. Some random commenter on Hunter's during Hunter's part of the presser tonight.
Jesus Christ!
It was a completely troll cop. You see, it was all caps. It was Moxley better than Cena, but it's just like that's the mindset of the quote unquote sickos, as they've lovingly dubbed themselves after Tony Khan's comment. Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
Ash, we're bringing somebody back who's been away from TV for a long while, again from injury, again. What can she do? What can Tony Khan do to not have the audience completely fart on it and make us believe it?
Sorry, could you repeat that? I have noise in the background. Sorry, could you repeat that?
You're good. So you have somebody in Skye Blue who's been injured more than once. She's been injured more than she's been active in her AEW run, which is unfortunate for her. But, how do you, as Skye Blue, how do you as Tony Khan, how do you as AEW, whoever's helping to book for the sickos, how do you get the audience to not completely just go, okay, she's just another cog in the wheel, and invest ourselves as an audience back in Skye coming back?
Right now, I think we got to do the because Skye Blue is a victim of the start and stop push with the storyline, because she was in a storyline with Julia that went nowhere, but that was because of her injuries.
Yeah.
Yes.
And her injuries are due in part to a lot of the hardcore matches that she takes part in, that she's known for, that she needs to ease off on.
Agreed.
That's what I would do. Like, I know that's her thing, but I think she needs to like pull back on like the amount of hardcore matches that she does. So right now she just needs to stay healthy. And then when she's proven that she is healthy, remains healthy for a long period of time, then we can do that, the stuff that she's known for, and also pick up where we left off with her and Julia, especially when there's rumors that AEW might have women's tag teams, and her and Julia could be a decent tag team.
Okay.
Yeah. I could see that. Honestly, I could see that. Yeah. I mean, will AEW do that? Probably not.
Yeah,
they should.
It's also like
again.
Skye Blue. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You're good.
I was about to say, because the thing was like, at the same time, it's if Skye Blue feels that she's healthy enough to do those matches, Tony Khan's not going to say no to her, right?
Right, that's fair too. It just comes back to, I think, and again, I have a very, very skewed opinion because I've been so put off by the whole presentation, even at the pay-per-view, which the pay-per-view was enjoyable to watch, but just I couldn't get completely invested in it because I knew that no matter how much good we see tonight, it's going to end up being poopy television for the next 4 weeks, 2 weeks for the next one. And it just said poopy as a reference to, a adult wrestling film. But there you go. That's where mine is today. But Jay, I'll throw to you last. You were watching AEW at the time that you weren't really watching wrestling. AEW was your gateway drug, like I turn back into watching wrestling again. And now we're sitting here, these years later, and it, for me, her return is almost just kind of like just another blip on the radar, rather than, oh, cool, we have an amazing talent that's coming back, and we're gonna really put it through to the audience hard. Yes, they gave her the little vignette. Yes, she's part of a world title potential situation, but I feel like there's so much going on in AEW television that I can't make my brain focus on one thing or another. Like, I think it's like almost too much of a more than 3-ring circus going on.
Yeah. See, I like Skye Blue.
Yeah, I do too.
I really do. I mean, I don't want to say any more because I'm gonna come off as a perverted old man. But
geez.
Skye Blue is easy on the eyes, and she's a hell of a worker.
Yep.
She very much reminds me of Cora Jade. And I know there was a little bit of back and forth between the two of them because of perceived copying of gimmicks, etc. Ash is talking about her cutting back on the hardcore matches. I want to see Skye Blue and Elena Black beat the piss at each other. Whether they do it in AEW and Elena Black becomes all elite, which please God no, or they do it in like GCW. I'm all about that. But I feel like if you're going to bring Skye Blue back and her first match is going to be this eliminator match, she has to win.
Yeah.
Otherwise, what the fuck are we doing here? And is she going to beat Toni Storm? No, of course not. But Toni Storm needs some filler feuds to get through to All In. We've got Double or Nothing. We've got Fyter Fest. We've got the Summer Blockbuster. We've got
300.
Dynamite 300. We've got a bunch of big things between now and All In when she faces either Jamie Hayter or Mercedes.
Yeah, let's figure that's July 12th.
And whoever she faces, I would almost be willing to bet she's losing the title to.
That's probably fair.
Just because, as Jeff said, what are we doing with Toni anymore?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is all the more reason why I wanted to be Jamie Hayter. No disrespect to Mercedes, but the Outcasts are the reason Jamie Hayter was out of action for 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
We always get on Toni for long-term storying and his lack thereof. This is long-term storytelling. Jamie Hayter gets the belt back from the bitch who put her out of action.
And Jamie Hayter, I think, is still her only run was as interim champion. Am I correct on that?
Technically.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. They officially counted it as an official reign.
I understand they officially counted it, but I'm saying she won the championship as an interim title, so she didn't actually beat the champion.
Yeah.
So if she goes into Texas and actually beats the champion, and it's fucking Toni Storm on top of it, ding, 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 money.
Yeah, this is long-term storytelling.
Exactly.
Shouldn't have taken this long, but fair enough.
But you know what, though?
But they were doing such great business with Mariah and Toni.
Yep.
That we almost had to prolong it because we had to have it be somewhere where it was going to mean something. Jamie Hayter is basically getting her comeuppance at WrestleMania. That's the scope we have to look at it at.
Yep.
Jamie Hayter is getting her revenge at WrestleMania.
Yep, exactly.
So we almost had to prolong it that far just to make the story matter. Especially since she returned at WrestleMania last year as part of the fucking kickoff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's
even
further long-term storytelling.
Send your money to him, Tony. JJ Williams.
I was about to say, also correct me if I'm wrong, but it wasn't All In the same pay-per-view Toni Storm beat Jamie Hayter for that title?
Believe so.
Yeah.
I believe you're right. That does sound right.
So there's so much going into this that makes that the story that needs to be told.
And in that case, it's fine if Skye's not the... Yeah.
Yeah. Skye Blue's not going to win the title. Yeah. I love Skye, but you're not going to strap the championship on her in her second match back from an injury.
Right.
Although Tony is known to do that. Statlander came back and defeated Jade Cargill her first night back after Jade had already wrestled a match.
That's a valid point too.
So it's not like Tony Khan has never done this before. But let's be real. Skye Blue was not going to be the champion.
No.
At least not for another year. She still has a lot of proving to do.
Yeah.
Ass can only sell so many tickets.
This is fair, I guess.
I'm keeping it 1,000. Ass can only sell so many tickets.
Yeah. Although it's nice.
Yeah.
Shut up, James.
Okay.
So
where are we at here on time? Okay.
Ash and I are just gonna, go away.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Y'all have your guys. Ash over here with her ZSJ.
Yes.
Her TMDK. Her Adam Cole baby. Look at her giggling. She's not even going to try and hide.
I'm not even going to deny that. I mean, there's some good looking.
She watches
She's right. There are good looking men.
Adam Cole. So I'm just saying.
You guys got your Adam Coles.
She became a
Zack
fan of
Sabre
Black and
Jr.
Gold NXT because of Adam Cole.
Listen.
Saying, like,
I have a
and
funny
we don't
joke.
fault her for that.
I do have
We
a funny
don't fault
joke
her
with
for
this.
that.
I do have funny. I have funny joke with this. It's like talk about your Adam Coles, talk about your Zack Sabre Juniors, talk about your John Cena's. JJ 316 says Skye Blue has a nice ass.
I think we need to go to commercial after that. Good lord. Okay.
Oh, sorry. I was about to say, I actually started watching Collision.
Hey, there you go.
I just need to watch the April 26th episode and these past two ones, and I'm all caught up.
There you go. Yay.
You did the
All
thing.
right.
You kept
You did the thing.
promise.
You did it, yes. It's better
Jeff,
than
you're
some
the only
folks
one who
that have been
hasn't
on this panel.
said anything here. What are your thoughts on Skye Blue's return?
It's like I said. I'm happy this guy's back. I'm happy that she is recovered enough where she can come back to television and be a participant in what could be a solid match on Wednesday. I am working, so I won't be able to watch it as it happens, but I will, see what feedback is. Like I said, I've not watched AEW on regular TBS TNT in whenever Brian lost to John Moxley. Whenever that was.
October of last year, that was Wrestle Dream.
Okay, yeah, I've not watched AEW TV on a regular since that happened, and that's only because I don't like the Death Rider story, and I think that if we're at the top, and that it turned me off so quickly that I was like,
But it's compelling cinema, Meacham.
No, it's not. It's fucking B roll at best. It is what it is. It's awful. It's awful. It's awful. The fact that I can think of more instances where John Moxley should have literally fucking died on the air than quality matches or quality storytelling tells me everything I need to know about not turning in fucking everyone tonight.
That's
sorry.
fair.
Sorry, not sorry. And especially that Moxley has a beautiful wife and a child at home, and we're just gonna go ahead and literally rip his back apart and just have him have to have a medical. I'm happy Skye's back on television. I'm happy she's going to be back, hopefully full time. Hopefully we can keep her healthy. The entire company has that just like, okay, let's just see what happens.
Yeah.
But on the Skye Blue front, I am happy for her.
Same.
If she happens to win the Eliminator and she happens to get a title match at fill-in show here, cool. But I think the ultimate end game, because you brought up the storytelling part of it that I was not aware of, I had forgotten, to be honest with you, with Tony and Jamie and Mercedes and Athena. I think Mercedes and Athena needs to be a thing. I think Jamie finally getting her shot at Tony one-on-one straight up needs to be a thing. And I think both current AEW champions need to lose those matches.
because then we get a complete reshuffle after Texas. If both champions go into the heart of the summer not having the championships, we have new champions. That just means we get to see how the deck gets shuffled, which is always good as a wrestling fan because you don't know what to expect. Right now, it's like, okay, Tony's going to be champion until she's not. Mercedes is going to be champion until she's not. And the fact that she dropped her New Japan title, she will very likely drop her Resurgence title. And like I said, I'm going to ask you about Mercedes and Charlotte here after the break or after we get done with all the topics that are lined up already.
Yeah, we've only got one more topic, which we can do real quick here before we go to break because it's AEW related.
Okay.
And that is that Ricochet.
Oh fuck! Okay, wait. I'm gonna take a sip of water first. Go ahead.
Ricochet attacked former WWE superstar Zack Gowen, ripped his prosthetic leg off, and come Beach Break Dynamite, which, James, you're going to get to call this. It'll be Ricochet versus Zack Gowen. What the fuck are we doing here?
Okay.
Well, the main reason I wanted to bring this up, and I'm glad Noah dipped.
Yeah.
Because this is going to come off as very tribalistic.
Uh-huh.
But I heard so many AEW sickos talking massive shit about Pat McAfee taking on Gunther and how that match was going to happen. And now we have a literal one-legged man fighting Ricochet. What the fuck are we doing here?
I'm going to say one thing quick because if I get too far into the weeds, I got to work tomorrow. I need to get some sleep. But I will say this. There was a particular sicko, JJ, who you are familiar with. They were your friends first before they were mine. It is a brother and sister combination that lives out in the mountains now. The sister, who's now married, like I said, lives in the mountains, talking about the originality of having a prosthetic leg ripped off on a television show. Mad Dog Vachon 96 calls bullshit. Kevin Nash is going, that was my gimmick, motherfucker. Like, oh. The AEW
is calling bullshit from like 2 weeks ago during the TLC match.
I'm saying. It's the AEW fan base just like the diehards, the ones that only watch AEW, that tear WWE apart for no valid, substantial reason other than just to hate WWE because they're the worst and they used to be run by a freaking person who still hasn't been convicted of anything. Just throw that out there. I'm not defending the motherfucker, but in the eyes of the law, he can do no wrong. So if we're gonna base it on that, AEW fans, you might want to rethink your approach to verbiage. But I like Zack Gowen. I do. I actually like him a lot. He did us a solid. He gave us an interview years ago when his original story was still relevant in the news feeds. Ricochet just bugs me in general lately, if I'm being 100% honest.
Yep.
Him and his wife both. They both bug.
Yep.
So I am 100% the wrong person to be unbiased in my replies here. It is so silly to me that we have 95% of the wrestlers out there in the market with any company talking about how we're all rooting for each other and we don't hate on the companies and we're just doing our thing. And Ricochet has tripled, not doubled, tripled down on attacking anything and everything that has the letters WWE attached to it.
So fucking
it just befuddles me. I understand, dude. You were an independent legend. Straight up. I give you that acknowledgement, okay? And you are of the feeling that you went to WWE and you got your passion for this taken away. I don't disagree with how you feel.
I don't disagree with what you are going through as a person leaving WWE and trying to rekindle your fire for this, because I've known so many people in this business that when they lose the fire, they never get it back, and they are so miserable for it. By the same token, I've met just as many that have been under contract and got just beat down, and then went out there and did their own thing again, and now they're thriving again. They love life. Cody Rhodes. So Frankie Kazarian left TNA twice and then went back because of the other companies fucking him, and he's the happiest kid in Puppet Land right now, and I can't wait to see him in a few days, and the wife and the kiddo. So happy to see them soon. But man, it's like, I think Ricochet's opinion has been very vehemently skewed by the opinions of the internet wrestling trolls that he's now seeming to want to be a part of. When he did the interview with Van Vliet, whenever that was, right after he left WWE, or right after he signed AEW, it was one or the other. It was in that time period. And just people were tearing him apart about him only being a, for lack of a better term, spot monkey. And just, I'm sorry that what I do very well for a living just causes you such hate. It's like, I'm sorry, Ricochet, that what we live for as fans for our fandom living offends you so much. It's like, it's a two-way street, dude. It's just the fact that, we're driving along in our little freaking, fandom mopeds, and you're driving in your nice, pretty car that WWE was able to afford you to buy. I don't understand what they're doing with Ricochet. I'm not a fan of the character from what little I've seen. And again, I don't watch every week. I have a skewed opinion. I'm already, predisposed to whatever with AEW. And I admit that. But having a guy who his character is basically the wrestler who does 7, 8, 9-star things every single week, pick on a one-legged dude or a dude with a prosthetic leg. It's like, okay. Tony calls himself a fan of wrestling from however long ago, and he's a fan of all of it.
Yep.
Much like John Cena said about his Ruthless Aggression character on the Ruthless Aggression series on Peacock. If you came out of the experience of watching Zack Gowen's run in WWE and thought that was a success, you need better eye care. Because I admire Zach's want to, be involved, and I don't, I'm not trying to pick on somebody that, is not my brand of whiskey when it comes to watching wrestling, but booking
Gotta
him
leave him with a leg to
25
sneeze on, Jeff.
Fuck me. God damn it. Yeah, you wrong for that. Holy. Booking Zack Gowen and booking Zack Gowen just cause in 2025 is wild to me. Like I don't understand it. And I guess maybe that's the whole point of it. It's like I don't understand it, therefore I shouldn't be as vehemently just attacking it, because we're all afraid of what we don't understand, I suppose, in life, and I guess that's what makes us prejudiced or biased, in an immoral way or whatever. But I don't understand it, so I guess I'm the wrong person to give a valid, constructive opinion on it. I think it's stupid.
Here's my thing about it, and I'm gonna try to be as serious as I can here. If Ricochet wins, he beat a one-legged man. If Ricochet loses, he lost to a one-legged man. There's no win in this. That's what I find dumbfounding about all this. It's like I said, if Ricochet wins, well, he should have. It's a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest. And great, you got a leg up on the competition. But if you lose, it's okay to laugh, Tatilla. It's okay to laugh. I see you trying to control yourself. But if you lose, you lost to a one-legged wrestler.
Yeah.
You are never coming back from that. Ricochet could go on, win the AEW World Championship. Zack Gowen would deserve a fucking match because he beat Ricochet. Like, what are we doing here?
So, can I speak on this next?
You may not, because Datilla is doing so hard to control her laughter. I want to go to Datilla.
Was
break
that...
a leg, Datilla. You're next. Sorry. What were we saying? Go ahead.
Gigi, was that like intentional? Was that pun intentional, or did
it was
totally intentional.
Oh my god, it was. Yes.
Come on, you got to give me some credit here, okay? I've been sitting on these all day, knowing what the topic was going to be, trying to figure out how I was going to work these in to best break people. I knew I would get these guys. I figured I would just get like the head shake of shame from you. I didn't think I would get you literally dying over here having to cover your mouth because you're laughing so hard. Ash is stoic over here. Like, I can tell that she's like, God damn it, JJ. But she's not showing the emotion the way everybody else is. That's what I expected from you.
You got me. I was there.
Yeah.
I was surprised, to be honest, that this match was made. I was like, wait, Zack Gowen won the one-legged wrestler? Has he been wrestling, or like does he still wrestle?
Yes. So I actually went on Cage Match and looked up Zack Gowen. He has wrestled as soon as like a month ago. So he is actually active in the scene still.
Oh,
surprisingly.
Wow.
Yeah. So I mean, hey,
I mean,
considering everything else they fed us in the clusterfuck battle royal, I'm surprised he wasn't there.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't even know what to think. I mean, you do bring up a good point, Gigi. I mean, if he loses, he will forever be the guy that lost to a one-legged wrestler. So, I mean, I don't know what to make of this. It's been a long time since I've seen Zack Gowen wrestle.
Here's the other thing that befuckles me about him being involved, Jay. Tony has claimed, which is bullshit, but he's claimed he's trying. He doesn't want Hogan around. He's banned Hogan from AEW, whatever. We're leaning into a guy whose one major storyline involved Hulk Hogan, Mr. America, and Roddy Piper and Sean O'Hare and Vince. Discuss. I can't.
But listen. All we know is if Ricochet loses to this one-legged man, he'll have no legs to stand on.
Well, right, and that was already made. So there's that.
It's okay to laugh, Datilla.
Hey, listen, they're the ones that put him in here. We can laugh all
You
we
have
want.
been hanging with this for well over a year at this point. Go closer to 2, I think.
Yeah.
You should be used to this. It is okay to laugh.
It's really been 2 years? Oh my god.
Yeah, a little bit. It's been a while.
Because it was 2023 was that Dynamite, right, Jeff?
Wasn't it 2022?
Was it?
2022 was the summer show where MJF called Tony a fucking mark. January 23, I think, was when Adam Cole returned to perform, and we scooped Denise on Adam Cole's return. So yeah, it's over 2 years now.
Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
But that was just when we met. You didn't really start coming on Shenanigans until later that year. So that's why I say about 2 years.
Oh, okay.
It's been about 2 years. Yeah, it's been about 2 years.
You should be used to this by now. If
Either
anybody
way,
shouldn't be used to it, it's Ash. But I think from being in the spaces, Ash is definitely used to this by now too. So
She's like, this is just a Tuesday for me.
right? This is just
I did, yeah, that's
Saturday.
I'm off on Tuesday, so I want to know what that's like.
All I know.
Yeah,
oh my God, don't encourage it.
You
Oh
need to
God.
start watching NXT so you can work Tuesdays.
Yeah, that's true as well. But all
Okay,
I'll
Triple
say
H.
is this is truly a leg slapper of a conversation.
Oh, stop! Fuck me! No! Jesus Christ! Run the fucking commercial already, or get somebody else to do it. Golly! Man,
I want to see him pull a Snitsky and kick the baby.
Kick the baby, kick the baby. Fuck no.
this whole segment wasn't my fault.
Well, I mean, we did see Snitsky kick the baby at a GCW show recently, so there is that.
Did he fucking? No, he did not.
Yes, he did. Yes,
Because
Oh
he
my
did.
God!
Anna Jackson, the Michael Jackson impersonator, brought out a baby doll,
Named Blanket Jackson. And he
when
kicked Blanket
Santana was
Jackson, the baby.
eliminated,
Yes,
when Santana was eliminated, Snitsky kicked the baby.
into the
Because
crowd
we had to eliminate him somehow
from the
Blanket
Battle Royal.
Oh, because the baby was. Yeah, that's fair.
He was an
That's fair.
official participant. The baby doll was an official participant.
Which
Really?
is why I say,
Yes.
with everything we saw in the clusterfuck, I'm surprised we didn't get a one-legged wrestler.
This is
We
true.
had an Invisible Man. We
What?
had a plush baby doll that got punted into the crowd.
We had
We
Sleepy
had
Ed.
a crash test dummy / blow-up doll.
We had a guy whose name's Sleepy Ed who brought out a bed to the stage and then slept the whole match.
I
Until
swear to
the
God, he
original
would have
came
been
out.
put him and Wendy Chu's old gimmick together. We had the
Yeah.
return of the fucking Mexicools.
With Micro Man.
Wait,
Who's
all
it?
3 Mexicools or just 2?
No,
Just
two of
No
them.
Psychosis. We had Hoovy and Super Crazy though.
It was
Oh, okay.
it was two intense Mexicools because we had Micro Man who was a midget wrestler.
And we had Brody Lee Jr. win the fucking thing by stunning Joey Janela and him overselling that shit to eliminate himself. A one-legged
Yeah.
man would have fit into this shenanigans perfectly.
We did have a no-legged man in.
Yes,
in
we
the
did.
contest. We did.
That,
Dustin Thomas.
that may be why they didn't book Zal Gallen.
Do you
because
all
we had
remember
a man with
Dustin?
no legs?
Do you guys remember Dustin Thomas from AEW Double or Nothing in that Battle Royal? That is the legless man that was in this Battle Royal. Yes. And he fought Micro Man. So we had a Micro Man taking on the legless man. It was
when did this
like
happen?
The Rock and Hogan. I
This
swear
was
to God.
WrestleMania weekend. This was the GCW clusterfuck part of WrestleMania weekend.
Is that why it's called a clusterfuck? Because of the
Yes.
chaos?
There were literally 2 matches
was.
on this show. One was like a 7-8 person steel cage chaos match, whatever.
Yes.
And then there was the clusterfuck battle royal, which literally had over 100 participants.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Serious?
Yes.
One-
yes, we're very serious.
Datilla.
This legitimately happened.
I've
yes.
never seen this GCW clusterfuck thing. That's why.
Oh yeah, it was.
Do you have Triller Plus?
I have Thriller and I don't have Thriller Plus.
It's worth the $9.99 a month just to be able to get all the other shit on Triller that they do, GCW pay-per-views, House of Glory
What are we
pay-per-views,
promoting?
all included in this. I swear to God, this is not a paid advertisement for those of you watching at home. This is a legitimate shill that I believe in. If you can spend whatever it is for TNA Plus,
Yes.
spend the $9.99 for Triller Plus, because like I said, you get access to all these other wrestling shows that happen on a regular basis. Instead of paying X amount per show, they're all included in the upgrade package. So for $10 a month, every GCW show, every House of Glory show, Defy Wrestling, etc., etc., etc. There's so much shit worthy of checking out. Literally all the wrestling, as Noah likes to say.
Yes.
So when you do this, though, when you
and then
when you put down the $10 a month, make sure you re-up your insurance and you get therapy after watching this match, because goddamn.
But you have to watch it while having James and I do commentary.
Dude.
Because you have to remember, this was like, we had Stand and Deliver, we had Night 1 of WrestleMania, we had Shenanigans, and then James and I did the clusterfuck.
It was.
It didn't end until 2 a.m. Sunday morning for us West Coasters, 5 a.m. for James. So we're already strung out, exhausted, and then we've got the giggles because everything is fucking hilarious to us.
Dude, it is
this
so
late at
funny.
night.
Dude, I couldn't stop laughing because of the absurdity of everything, dude.
And I'm trying my damnedest to be serious as the play-by-play guy, but this dude is making me fucking bust every time.
Because I'm fucking dying, dude.
But there was so much good shit and insane shit in this same match that I cannot recommend it enough, because for all the shit that I hear Joey Janela gets, the matches that I saw GCW put on that weekend, from the ID tournament to Spring Break to Effie's Big Gay Brunch to that, are like everything that is good about wrestling. For all the shit that I hear Janela get, the fact that he was willing to take a stunner from a 13-year-old boy, eliminate himself from the Battle Royal so that Brody Lee Jr. could win, after being escorted to the ring by Chris fucking Bay.
Yes.
Right.
You can't get much more wholesome than that.
This is true.
So for all the shit I hear Janela get, the fact that he was willing to humiliate himself like that, granted, on a show called The Clusterfuck, but the fact that he loves the business enough to be able to give Brody Lee Jr. that kind of a moment on WrestleMania Night 1 evening says everything that I need to know about Joey Janela.
Yeah, he's a pretty good stand-up guy for that. I gotta give
And
him.
it was him, Megan Bain, and Brody Lee was the last 3 people in the ring.
Yep.
And both Megan and Janela, who are a legitimate couple, sold like fucking gangbusters for Brody Jr.
Yes, and Jeff, if you think it was bad for you, imagine how bad it was for me calling it that late in the night. And also, I saw a man who was literally 1 foot tall take on a dude who's legless. Let that sink in. Yes, let that sink in.
Pro Man versus the legless dude. So, again, maybe that's why Zack Gowen wasn't booked for that match, because they already had a dude with no legs. If Zack Gowen gets eliminated by a dude with no legs, like, what the fuck?
Yes.
It comes back to the same thing we're talking about with Ricochet. If he eliminates him, of course he should have. At least he has a leg to stand on. If he doesn't and he gets eliminated by the legless man, what the fuck does that do for Zack Gowen?
He'll saw off his other
leg. See how I did that, Jeff? I tried to bring it back to the topic at hand. I tried.
You did. You did very good.
Thank you.
He did.
I gotta check this clusterfuck out.
You've got to. Like I say, even if you only do it for 1 month, even if you only pay it for 1 month just to watch this stuff, I think it's worth the $10 investment. And you get the GCW Bloodsport that had Miyu Yamashita versus Natty Neidhart. You know, some good shit. Honestly, it's probably the best $10 I've ever paid for wrestling. Is having that, right. And I'm logged in on your account, Jeff, so you've got access to all that shit too.
Well, fuck me. All right.
Go ahead, check out Clusterfuck, buddy.
How's my Triller app? There it is.
He's actually going to put it on.
Fuck it, whatever.
He's actually gonna watch this live as we talk about this.
Yeah, why not? Fuck it.
So yeah,
God.
let's hope whatever happens that Ricochet don't break a leg.
Okay, so hang on.
Last thing we need is two one-legged men.
I kind of want to hear Ash's opinion because she's the only one's going to keep her straight face and not delve into fucking giggles.
Ash, the floor is yours.
It's a thing that's it's a thing that's happening. Cool, I guess.
She no-sold it like Noah would have no-sold it.
I mean,
it's a match that Tony Khan booked for Dynamite. Like, what are we doing? It's just going to be a match that we have to watch. It's a thing. It's happening. Just deal with it.
Since you're Canadian, Ash, can you do me a favor before you continue your thought? Can you say in Lance Stormisms, can I be serious for a moment? In exactly the cadence you just said.
Oh my God! What is she, a fucking trained monkey, James? Jesus!
Just trust me.
I just did. Like,
Just-
come on, man.
No, but do it again. It's funny for the bit.
Dance, monkey, dance. What the fuck, James? Jesus!
Am I allowed to say no?
You are, Ash.
Yes.
Yeah, you are.
God damn it!
All right. Can we hop along to the next subject, please?
Well, I have yet to go. I actually have some.
Go ahead,
sorry.
James. If you actually have something to contribute to the conversation, then go ahead.
I do.
Oh
I
my
do. Okay, listen.
Crying.
A few things I have to say. First,
Oh.
everybody's been
Step
retweeting.
one.
There is at least some positive to go with this. All right. Ricochet did get the desired reaction of heel heat he wanted. If nobody's seen it, there is a grandma who has reacted on social media to this assault on Zack Gowen, and she was mortified. Honestly, it was fucking hysterical. Go look it up. Grandma reacts to Ricochet beating up on Zack. It's fucking funny as hell. Like she was mortified as it was happening. It was. I could not stop laughing. I was like, he's kind of got his heat a little bit. I'll give him that. That said, second point, Ricochet. I get you don't want to be known as the spot monkey, but sometimes people have things to fill into the wrestling void. Yes, you need something to stand out. You ain't going to hear me deny that, but your character should
stand out.
Mm-hmm. True. You need something to stand out. Maybe hop on one leg. I don't know. But
we'll make the same joke. Oh, God.
That's what
Wasn't Gowen's signature move a one-legged moonsault?
Yes, it
I
was
think
actually.
so.
I ain't gonna lie.
So
Listen, if he busts out a 630 with one leg, I will mark out. I'm just gonna tell y'all. All right, like, I would actually be impressed. But anyway, back to my point. Your role should be that of, hey, I am the greatest of all time. You want to go heel, do what you were doing in the indies while you were a heel, and act like a fucking dickhead. What you were doing on social media, like, hey, why you bald? Why you ugly? That's what you should be doing instead of doing this weird ass crazy gimmick. That's another thing. And also what you're doing with Zack Gowen, this is something for an MJF to do. You're in the lane of MJF. Why are you doing shit that MJF, the top heel of the fucking company, should be fucking doing? Because quite honestly, if MJF was doing this, he'd be able to get away scot-free because he's the fucking exception, not the rule.
I gotta argue you on that one right now, James. And I only argue that because Bobby Lashley wants MJF to hurt people.
Yes.
If MJF goes out and hurts Zack Gowen, I think Bobby Lashley is like, he's got one leg. Like, that's not impressive.
No, but at the same time,
so
if he did it with MJF instead.
That's what I think. Were you able to get it, Jeff?
I'm working on it. that I got to the point where they're showing the replay of what happened at the collective, and I saw a guy take a suplex into that chair. I'm like,
Okay, but you were able to access it. Yes, that's all I need.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Sorry.
In addition,
The answer is yes.
to watching that, which I'm not going to make you stomach too much in one night, but
Thank you.
after you're done with that, you got to go back and watch Joey Janela Spring Break and watch the career versus mask match between Fuego del Sol and Atticus Cogar.
Yes.
That's what they're showing the replay of. That's what I was trying to fast forward, so I didn't see it.
Yeah, you got to see that whole match, and then you got to see the match Joey Janela versus Sabu from Spring Break also.
Yeah.
Fucking ring announcer feels like a three ring master. This is already going to be good. Okay, that's good to know.
So
okay.
So that was the last topic.
Well, okay. Okay, cool.
We did get another super chat from Emmanuel. Thank you very much.
Okay, I did have one more.
Is El Grande Americano the son of Mr. America? No.
I don't know if Mr. America
He is
will
the
claim
son
that.
of Juan Cena.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
If
think
you know, you know.
I think Mr. America is his uncle, though, as far as I know.
Yes. Once removed
Yes.
by marriage to L.A. Park. I don't fucking know anymore. Whatever. I don't know. Why not?
I think it'd be La Parka, but yeah, fuck it. Sure,
No, I said L.A. Park. I know exactly. I don't know what the fuck I said. I know exactly what I said. God damn it.
I did have one other point to make on that whole Ricochet thing.
God, you're still going on that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because
I apologize for what your bestie is doing.
Oh
Go
no,
ahead,
trust me.
Right.
This will be my last point because it's kind of off the beaten path anyway, but it involves Ricochet. Ricochet,
It's kind of off kilter, kind of like Zack. Anyway, go ahead.
See, we got him. We converted him. Listen.
Tatilla is so embarrassed she's taking herself off screen so she can be.
I don't fucking blame her.
Listen,
blame her.
All right, Ricochet, you're a douchebag on social media. Stop being a douchebag on social media. Javon Evans, same thing goes to you. Apparently,
Yeah, both of you fucking stop. Seriously.
Whatever Ricochet did is now making people like Javon get media training. I've been saying this on Twitter. Hopefully AEW follows suit. But my question is, why the fuck did it take so long? Because Walter Cruz on this very program has been saying this for time. Thank you. Carry on. PSA over.
Because they don't want to admit that they listen to us.
Yeah,
and that we actually have good ideas.
No, yeah. God forbid.
All right.
It's Kerry Morton starting. Okay, this should be good.
Yeah, you're seeing the Go-Go Girls too, right? Or whatever.
Oh, is that what it was? The Go-Go Girl. It's totally on mute. It's probably gonna make it even better. Yeah, it's totally on mute. It's probably gonna make it even more out of context.
The music playing. You've got to have the music play.
Okay.
Because some of these people's entrance themes.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Our buddy Nasty Leroy, who comes in the spaces, actually came out to fucking Natural Born Killers.
Yes.
I popped hardcore because it was like, I know New Jax did, but is it Mustafa? Like,
we thought it was Mufasa, yeah, and then it was
not
fucking
Mufasa,
Leroy.
Mustafa. Mufasa is the dude from the Lion King that died too.
All hail the king or whatever the fuck. Anyway. Next.
So next are the viewer questions.
Yes.
I didn't really see any big ones pop up in the chat that, weren't starred, but Jeff had something he wanted to ask me in regards to Charlotte and Mercedes, so I can't wait for this.
Well, so I was going to send it around the room, but it was directed to you because I know how much you love the two of them just so much.
Oh, yeah.
There was a tweet I saw, I think it was today, it may have been yesterday. Did Charlotte deserve the disrespect that the SmackDown crowd gave her yesterday? Because apparently they tore her a new one out there at SmackDown yesterday.
Oh, they did.
And on top of that, Mercedes now losing the championship. It seems like the shine is finally off both of them in the majority of the eyes rather than the minority. So my question to you, JJ, is if that is the case and the shine is off both of them, What do you think, respectively, WWE and AEW can do to convince fans like you, who are just have been over it for a while, to reinvest in both of them?
Well, it's pretty much the same answer for both of them. And it goes back to what we were kind of talking about when Mercedes was brought up from the New Japan Resurgence thing. Humbling them.
Yep.
Mercedes has been undefeated in AEW since she joined the company back in March. So we're going on 15 months, 16 months, where she hasn't taken an L, at least on AEW television. Possibly period until last night. I want to see her go on a year and a half run where all she does is take L's. And I know with as much money as Tony is paying for her, that's a bold move.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that for her and a similar thing for Charlotte would do a lot in the fans' eyes to the point where when they begin winning matches again, people will be like, oh, shit. You know? Look at Cena. 7 years without a singles victory. Because he had been Super Cena for so fucking long.
Mm-hmm.
You know? People are memeing and giving the haha to Charlotte. You know? Get injured. Come back. Get a title. Get a divorce. Get injured. Come back. Get a title. Get a divorce. Repeat. So it's like the fact that Charlotte gets injured, returns, is immediately thrown back in the title picture, more often than not wins the championship. People are over it. People are over the rinse repeat formula.
Yeah.
And I think that a serious humbling would do wonders. Like I said, let this be the first domino to fall for Mercedes. Let's see one of those grand videos where you push the domino and you see like 5 minutes of all the dominoes that have been set up in the exhibition hall topple. I want to see her lose to people that in all actuality Mercedes has no business losing to.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, let Minnie Monet get a pinfall on her. We had a match back at King of the Ring 98 with Al Snow and Head versus Too Much, where Too Much literally stuck a bottle of Head and Shoulders onto Head so they could pin its shoulders to the mat. Can we do something where it's like Penelope Ford and Megan Bain, or no, do Harley and Minnie Monet versus Mercedes and insert somebody here, and let Minnie Monet be the one to get the pinfall onto Mercedes, and just embarrass the shit out of her, because the downward spiral of insanity would be almost as compelling television as the ascension of Timeless Tony. I said it, I mean it.
Mm-hmm.
The downward spiral, it would be like Jack Torrance in The Shining.
Yep.
Just watching Mercedes go so fucking crazy that she can't even beat a puppet.
Yep.
And likewise with Charlotte. You know, She lost to Tiffany. Cool. She can lose to Io. Then you drop her down. She loses to Zelina. She loses to Lyra. Then you drop her down. She loses to Stephanie. She loses to Sol Ruka. She loses to Thea Hale.
Mm-hmm.
Then you drop her down. She loses to Kylie Ray. She can't beat a bitch on Evolve. What does that do to the ego of the queen? Where you can't even beat some chick off of Evolve. Let Calyx defeat her on Evolve.
Yep.
For those of y'all that don't know, Calyx is referee Jessica Carr under a mask. So now you've lost to a referee. Jessica Carr would own a pinfall victory over Charlotte Flair. Do you know how humbling that's got to be?
I don't know. Jessica's a badass, so I don't know. But I get your point.
So these are what I want to see. And I know it won't happen because they're positioned here.
Yeah.
There are very few people, if any, that are positioned above them within their respective companies.
Yeah, it's fair.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the problem.
Yeah.
I've said for years, my biggest issue with Charlotte is how many champions she got in a short amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Especially when you look at Natalya, who has 2 title reigns in comparison. 3? Jeff?
3.
Yeah, champion.
Okay. Forgive me. 3. She's still short 11. 13 if you count the 2 NXTs. And Natalya's been there almost double the time. This is my problem.
Yep.
You cut Charlotte down. She has 7 to Natalya's 3. I'm nowhere near as mad. I still may be a little frustrated, but I'm nowhere near as mad. Because there's only a 4 championship difference. You know? And when you compare the championships of father to uncle, it kind of balances.
Yeah, a little bit.
That is what I want to see.
Yep.
And Jeff said he was going to throw it around the room, so we can go to the ladies. We'll go to Ash next, then to Tilla, then we'll come back up to James. So
Yeah,
Ash,
I'm kind of lost in this clusterfuck thing.
yeah, I'm looking at your facial reaction. I'm like, what part is he seeing that's making him react like this? But Ash, how are your thoughts as far as Charlotte and Mercedes? Are you as soured on them and the fact that they seem to be handed everything as I am? And what would it take to get you to care about them again?
It's for me, it's just that they're always in the title picture, and that's to no fault. Well, Mercedes, you can make the argument that she has involvement, whereas Charlotte, on the other hand, is with management. Because on the management side of things, it's just like if she's not in the title picture, they don't know what to do with her. Whereas Mercedes, on the other hand, there are disputes there for her that's not involving the title. Although on the AEW side of things, it's kind of like that as well. So it's a management issue all across board. I like both of them, although to me, my interest level on them is more dependent on who they're feuding with.
I see. No, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah, it's just that's the main issue is with if both of them aren't in a title picture, they don't know what to do with them. And that's to no fault of Mercedes or Charlotte. It's just that's a management problem, and it's very misfortunate on both of them because both of them are really good at what they do.
Yeah,
I agree. You know, it's very rare that I will give either of them a compliment. So, Jeff, you might want to clip this. The timestamp is 3 hours, 39 minutes, and 25 seconds on the video. Both women are great at elevating talent. I will give them that. Like Ash said, though, they don't seem to know how to elevate talent unless they're champions or challenging for the title. And you look at somebody like a Chelsea Green, who does wonders for elevating talent. And yes, she did just come off a run as the United States champion. But she was doing that before she got the title. She's continuing to do that now that she's lost the title. She doesn't have to be the champion or in the championship picture to be able to do that.
Yeah.
Charlotte and Mercedes do. Therein lies the difference.
Yeah, I see that. That makes sense.
But in fairness also, and I'm not positive about Mercedes, but I know in regards to Charlotte, I believe both of them are man-made monsters. They were created in the WWE developmental system. They didn't have the years of independence that Chelsea Green did prior. So Charlotte, especially Charlotte, I don't know about Mercedes.
Charlotte, definitely, yes.
They're Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah.
Yep.
They were created in the bowels of a dungeon, the Performance Center, and they are man-made monsters.
Well,
Chelsea beat around the independent circuit before really getting her break. Hence why she doesn't need to be in the title picture.
Yeah.
People are still talking about the match she had with Penta at Lucha Underground. Even going as far as to tell him when he came, like, we're not running back, homie. No, we're going to leave that there. I'm so curious what Jeff has seen.
Jeff, you can comment.
The Warlord.
Oh.
I was also going to add on to JJ's point about like with Chelsea Green. The thing about is that she has a character and a personality that does not revolve around being the best and a champion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Datilla, your thoughts?
Yeah, I had to agree with a lot of what Ash was saying. I feel like they don't know what to do with them outside of the title picture. And like she said, no fault of their own, it's management. Because I can't think of a single storyline that Charlotte was involved in that didn't involve the title.
Yeah.
See, there's the problem.
So it's like, maybe if she were to just not be in the title picture for a bit, I think maybe it'll help, regain interest in her. So, because like she came to the main roster, 2016?
Something like that.
2015 around there?
2015.
Yeah.
Wow, she's been on the main roster for 10 years. So yeah, in those 10 years, I don't think she's had a storyline that does not involve the title. And, so yeah, if she just steps away from the title picture a little bit, I think it'll really help her. Same thing with Mercedes. Like, I think with Mercedes too, like, she doesn't really have a concrete story that's being told with her in AEW. She's just kind of all these 4 belts Monet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, 3 belts now, but
3 belts now. 3 belts Monet. So it's like kind of like, I don't know what story they're telling with her besides her going through these opponents and defending her titles. I feel like with Monet, she's gonna be the TBS champion until she beat Jade Cargill's record.
Nah, she's losing it all in. I would almost bet everything that I have, which isn't much, but
Careful
am
with
willing
that.
to bet. I know. That's why I said almost. Almost. And back to my point, 2015 main roster debut, 14 championships. That's 2 championships a year. Averaged.
Yeah, so that's 2. How many? And there's so many other women that could be in the title contention, and it's just Charlotte Flair is always there.
I accounted for injury time, Jeff. That I could see you doing the math in your head like that doesn't math. I was accounting for injury time.
So.
Okay, that's fair enough. Dude, this guy Shreddy definitely has the right name. He is fucking jacked.
Have you
Just,
seen?
Just wait till our buddy Human Tornado comes in.
Oh my god, I gotta check this out too, man. Human Tornado.
Yeah. Did you see Tombstone Jesus yet?
No, not yet.
Oh, wait until you see him.
All I know is Zayda Steele's boys landed themselves, and she's like still in the match, but she's on the outside going, nope.
Wait until you see Kid Bandit get drunk. That's a fun one.
What the fuck, James?
It happens. I'm telling you, it happened. It happened. I'm not talking out of school. That happened in this match that you're watching.
Okay, but you're saying what the
like
fuck?
your old
You just
uncle
have
that went
to
to family reunion and like had too much to drink and got in mom's makeup, like went to the ring and like, all right, what's up?
You
The
just
fuck,
have to
Warlord?
keep telling yourself it's called the clusterfuck.
I know.
Called the clusterfuck. Everything will make so much more sense if you just remind yourself it's called the clusterfuck. It's
I feel
not
like I should stay up
supposed
until
to be serious.
I feel like I should stay up till 2:00. What the fuck is this coming out now?
Who?
There he is, Tombstone Jesus. There he is. Okay. What?
Well,
in the
James,
fuck
while
is
you
happening?
celebrate Tombstone Jesus, it's on you, sir.
What are we talking
I'm gonna
about?
bounce. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna bounce. It's getting kind of late. I'm getting tired.
Okay.
No worries.
Yeah.
Have yourself a good night.
All right, thanks, you
Night,
guys.
Dilla.
Bye, Datella.
Okay, now see you guys next week.
Power down.
We won't see me, but yeah.
Okay, bye.
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 Well, so what are we talking about again?
I don't know.
Mercedes and Charlotte.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm with JJ. Embarrass them, and then we'll get off their jock, even though they don't have one, verbally speaking, per se. I agree with JJ on this.
Anatomically speaking.
Really. Anatomically speaking, thank you.
There you go. Big word. I know. I hurt myself. It's okay.
Man, my brain go.
Fucking Zeta Steel, dude, sweetheart. Stop. No.
I think Zeta Steel is the one that gets the tornado spot.
Okay,
I
good.
think she
Well,
hangs
be
out
around.
around for that. So
Okay.
She does.
because she's smart about it, she keeps going outside of the ring, and it's like, damn, is she gonna actually win this thing? But then no, there's like 100 something
well,
people.
out.
So
Yes, it's fun.
the amount of people that get eliminated by the Invisible Man is just something to be astounded by.
Wild shit. Anyway, all right.
So we did get a couple other questions in the chat room. Nothing super chatted, but
yes,
I'm gonna go with our buddy Nick's first, just because I have no real opinion on this. I don't know if any of you can expound on it, but what are your feelings on Bandito being unbanned from CMLL, and what does that mean in your opinion for the landscape of wrestling? I have no opinion on it. I don't know why he was banned. I didn't hear he was unbanned.
No, he was.
I don't know anything about it, Nick. I'm sorry, bro.
Yeah,
This is good for Bandito. It helps him get work in Mexico, and this also helps improve the partnership CMLL and AEW have, so that they can do talent transfers. So that way, whatever wrestlers that aren't doing anything on AEW, they can work in CMLL.
That's fair. I mean, I guess Bandito is the Ring of Honor champion doing the thing with Grand Slam Mexico. Like this, at least he can defend his championship there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess he was banned because he worked for AAA.
That will do it.
Okay, so he had been on a I'm getting this from Squared Circle Reddit, so take it with a pinch of salt, but this is apparently what this is being said around the parts of the IWC. He had been on the list of people that wouldn't be allowed to work there, largely due to his past affiliation with AAA. But the game has changed, and CMLL let him know they wanted him to participate in shows that week. So I guess because he was before the WWE acquisition of AAA, because he was primarily being with them, he was banned from appearing on CMLL because of the bullshit with the cartel, which is basically why there's a feud between CMLL and AAA. Just pointing out facts, don't shoot the messenger. So, oh geez, what, Jeff? What's happening? Oh no,
Tornado.
Yay, tornado!
Straight pimp slapped her across the room.
Yeah, dude, that was the most
corner
insane
now.
shit. I'm like seeing that at 2 a.m. at that point. I'm like, what the fuck? Anyway, yeah. What was I saying? Yeah. So yeah, the affiliation with AAA, anybody that was in AAA got banned. Now,
Yeah, exactly.
there was a workaround around this. You can have CMLL wrestlers go up against AAA wrestlers on American soil. Hence why Tony Khan was able to do a lot of those interpromotional matches within AEW. But if it's in Mexico, forget about it. So now that, that's no longer an issue and AAA has been acquired by WWE, they're not picking up a lot of those contracts. They're only, picking up a certain amount of contracts. So therefore, Bandito's obviously not being picked up. So they're going to bring him to CMLL now. So
right.
Hopefully that explains it for people who didn't know. Now I understand why. I thought it was like, did he do some fucked up shit or something? Like,
No.
I was like confuzzled for a minute, but yeah, no, that would explain why he was banned.
Yeah. We got another super chat from our buddy at 26.2 miles outside parts unknown.
Yes.
$5 super chat. Thank you. He says, you're sitting ringside. What situation would you risk your life in? Having Stone Cold drive recklessly or having Scott Steiner come out with a huge tiger? I'm going with Austin driving recklessly.
Yep.
Because I might actually be able to survive that one.
Yeah.
Steiner coming out with a tiger. If the tiger is hungry, you dead.
Right? you ain't surviving that.
Just ask Siegfried and Roy.
Oh wait, you can't.
What's going?
Well,
Oh no,
one of them,
Jeff with the oh face. What's going on?
I didn't know Nate Webb was still even a thing.
Yeah, dude, I saw Nate Webb. I'm like, holy shit. Unfortunately, he did not do the coast to coast moonsault, which I was
no, because he's got his arm in a fucking sleeve. He's just walking to the crowd. Okay, whatever. Fuck it.
Yeah, he had a few to drink too.
Dude, Tornado's been doing his fucking little clap and kick like the entirety of his time in the ring. He's just kicking the shit out of his deal here.
They literally
wild,
went from pillar to post.
Yeah, pillar to post, baby.
Anyway, what were we saying?
There's Nick with the food comment.
Yep.
Cold pizza or day old Chinese food?
Cold pizza.
Yeah, I'll go with both, but got to go with cold pizza over a day old.
If the day old Chinese pizza will be reheated, then we can have a conversation.
Day old Chinese pizza? Excuse me?
Day old Chinese pizza. I said what I said. I'm watching the clusterfuck. My brain's addled. Fuck you.
Well, to be fair, that sounds like something that Trevor Show Cooks would cook up.
That's it. Oh no.
Charles did ask a cool question. He says, "What's everyone's match of the year so far?"
Clusterfuck forever. Anyway, Jeff, what were you talking about?
No,
Yoshiko's coming out here now. As far as this question, God, it's hard for me to top that WrestleMania Night 1 main event for me.
Yeah, a little bit.
That's fair.
Although the great Yoshiko's now coming out here to fight Tornado in the Battle Royal, so fuck me.
Yeah, and for those who do not know, hold on. For those who did not watch our coverage, Yoshiko is in fact the blow up doll that fought Kenny Omega and Kota Ibushi.
And a bunch of regulars on the DDT Pro as well. She's a DDT Pro regular.
Yes.
She is a multi-time Iron Man, whatever the fuck that 24/7
heavy metal weight
that
Iron Man champion. I think.
The fucking belt where the belt itself has been the champion. Like, okay.
Yeah, yep.
I'm gonna surprise everybody with mine here.
Okay, Jay, go ahead.
I'm going with Atticus Cogar, Fuego del Sol from Spring Break.
Oh, nice.
Damn
Okay.
good match. Was a damn
That
good match.
that match right there sold me on GCW. For everything that I have heard about it being garbage wrestling and just blood and guts and violence, which let's not get it twisted, there is a lot of that. But that match sold me on the other side of GCW.
Yep.
You know, the side like there was of the original ECW, where there was luchadors and some of the best technical wrestlers in the world, and shit like RVD and Jerry Lynn.
Yes.
You know, I'm not saying that the match was on that caliber, but it sold me to the fact that there's more to GCW than just hardcore violence.
Or this mess.
So Atticus Cogar versus Fuego del Sol.
It's a good choice. I like that.
Career versus mask. Watching Fuego lose his match. Like, I got to call somebody getting their mask taken off.
Dude, it was awesome. It was awesome.
Like, I
Yeah.
never thought
no.
in a million years doing commentary that I would get to call somebody losing their mask.
Yep, neither did I.
And then you watch what's happened since then.
Yeah.
And the fact that Fuego's reinvented himself.
Yeah.
What is it, KJ Orso or something like that? Is what he's using now, James? Like,
yes.
the fact that he is back and he has killed Fuego off, and I'm curious where the hell this is going with him. And the fact that Atticus has been like right about him the entire time. You know, heels often are right. They just don't get listened to because they're the bad guy. But who's truly the bad guy now?
That's right. That's fair.
What were you saying, Jeff?
So Santana just walked out with the baby doll.
Yep.
As Santana was walking out, freaking Zeta was choking the blow-up doll in the corner because clearly the blow-up doll pissed her off, so she was choking her in the corner. Nate's down in the ring, and they're having a three-way dance-off.
Yes. Yep. That did happen.
Okay. And now Trina wants to test of strength with a three-way test of strength. Oh my god.
and watch what they do.
Just keep telling yourself it's called a clusterfuck. It's called a clusterfuck.
So they want to do the whole wave thing. You'll see it, right? They're doing the wave thing, but one person has his arm in a sling. It's Nate Webb, so he can't do it.
Yeah. Trying to use his foot. Oh no!
I feel like y'all just killed the mood of what I just said. Like I had this shit like set up and so compelling, and now we're talking about Santana Jackson and a baby doll and pop blocking and shit.
The match. Oh shit, man! They took a bump almost on his bad arm. What a fucking idiot! God. That match was so good. The story was good, and even the aftermath has been solid. It'll lead to some really good stuff here as long as they stay the course. So I love that choice. It's a great choice, and it's not an easy choice like I did. You make it WrestleMania one now. I just happen to like that match.
It was a solid
God damn,
match,
Tornado
and
sold
the
that.
Paul Heyman thing at the end was, for me, predictable, but still really good and executed. But like, I didn't think I would get drawn into GCW the way I did, and that story really did it for me.
Yes.
And now I can't wait for May 17th and 18th when we get our next back-to-back weekend of GCW shows to see what's next.
Me either.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Gonna be fun.
Saturday and Sunday. Like they often do 2 nights of shows. So we get like 4 shows from them a month. And it's like, dude, yes. I look forward to that. I look forward to the GCW shows almost as much as I look forward to tuning into NXT every week.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a valid.
They are fun. Like JJ and I are basically been the commentary team for that. It's been a lot of fun. Like,
Yeah.
we've been having a blast with that shit.
Like, I think the only GCW show that you and I didn't do was the ID tournament.
Yeah.
And that's because it was the WWE Evolve people, so Walter and I kind of knew them better.
Dragon
And
Gate
he had
Pro
the Izzy Moreno match, too.
Dragon Gate Pro Wrestling USA is back because of GCW in the collection.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's so cool.
Defy.
And Defy as well.
Progress.
Dude, my favorite guy. I'll give you my favorite match is that, what JJ said, although I also really liked the AEW match between Kenosuke and Will Ospreay. Probably tied 1A, 1B for me.
Good too. Yeah.
But
the One Cup one, right?
Think so. Yes.
Okay.
That one. Yeah, the Owen Hart Cup, yeah. And Fatal Fantasy. Ooh.
Hey, yo.
Fatal Fantasy. I like that.
Oh, it's Murder Grandpa.
We love Murder
Fucking
Grandpa. It is Murder Grandpa. Real quick.
That's if we want to do it. That's something else that's kind of been brought back by all this shit with GCW is Defy.
Yeah, Defy came back because of them as well, yeah. Which means
That'll be Friday.
Isn't Progress technically a part of Defy? Because I remember Progress and Defy became like merged at one point, no?
They did too.
But yeah, what are you're seeing something, Jeff? What are you seeing?
Well, no. I want to ask his choice for a match.
Oh, I'm torn between two. I'm torn between the New Japan Cup finals between Shota Umino and David Finlay, and the international title match at Dynasty between Speedball Mike Bailey, Ricochet, and Kenny Omega.
That's fair.
Nice.
That's fair. Yeah, that's a good one too. Go ahead.
Reacting to was I was going to say I don't know what I'm popping for more, Snitsky's beard or the Snitsky and law firm. It's never your fault. But then he put on Santana's hat and glasses and dance. I'm like, okay, well now I'm popping for that.
Yeah, well, here's
just wait for him to kick the baby.
I know it's coming.
Be prepared. Be prepared.
No. You saw it.
Because I straight up had South Park flashbacks.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Stop the
baby.
presses. Stop the presses. He's seeing it. It's happening. The baby kick. Hold on.
Not yet.
Oh, trust me. You have to wait for the build-up. We have to give you the moment.
He's at the pro blow-up doll.
Baby,
Don't hurt
the baby.
Don't hurt the blow-up. Oh, Jesus Christ. He's one leg. He's Zack Gowening the blow-up doll. One-legged.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus Christ. She threw her into the crowd. Fuck me.
Yeah, somebody took home a blow-up doll and a baby. Yes.
Oh, don't hurt the baby.
We got two more super chats from Arlene that came in.
Okay. Don't hurt
I
the
have
baby,
so
Gene.
much funny shit to say.
Don't hurt the baby,
First
Gene.
one, $5. Thank you, Arlene. She says that people noticed that Green Shirt Guy was not front row tonight. Do you think it's due to ticket prices or not worth his while?
Probably B.
Who the fuck is Green Shirt Guy?
He's a fan that's always there front row with like a green happy face shirt. He got to do the entrance on night 2 of WrestleMania. They actually showed him on the pre-show coming down the big entrance ramp when the commentators were coming out.
Oh my God.
It is what it is.
I'm just going to go that it's not worth his while because Backlash wasn't as expensive as Mania and some of the other ones are.
Yeah.
I was about to say it's probably a combination of both.
Yeah, probably.
And it also could be that it's Mother's Day weekend.
That too.
You know, let's not sell that out. We don't know if he's married, kids. He may have decided to stay home with his wife, celebrate Mother's Day as opposed to trying to catch a red eye back home in time, or spend the day with his mom if he's not married. From what I heard, today was Mexican Mother's Day.
Yes.
Tomorrow is legitimate Mother's Day, so could have been something along those lines as well. We don't know if he's married, if he's got a Hispanic wife, maybe celebrated Mexican Mother's Day instead of regular Mother's Day. Don't know. Don't laugh. It's serious, James.
I know, but look,
The way you're saying it, it's Mexican Mother's Day as opposed to legitimate Mother's Day. It's like I think it's legitimate in Mexico, but okay.
I'm just trying to differentiate for people like normal
say
Mother's
American.
Day.
You could have said American. You could have said American.
Jesus.
Did you see the baby kick, by the way, Jeff?
Yes, I saw the baby kick. It was while JJ was talking about Mother's Day, so the irony was not lost on me. I was trying so hard not to fall out laughing. It's like he's talking about Mother's Day, maybe, and then he's fucking he's kicking a baby in the crowd. Like, fuck, okay.
Kicking a baby.
Oh my god. Wrestling's fucking wild, man.
Snitsky, the mother we didn't know we wanted, but the mother we absolutely need.
It's never your
So
fault.
Arlene with another $5. Guesses on what Alexa wanted to talk with Charlotte about.
Ah.
Ooh, that's a good point. Also, before
I don't
answer
know.
that's a good question. I will say, as we think about this question and ponder this question, I will say, doesn't Gene Snitsky, by the way, Jeff, look like Braun Strowman's grandfather?
Yeah.
Can we, James? Can we stop?
Sorry.
Let Jeff do his thing. We're getting a bunch of super chats right now. We need to focus, and it's after midnight here on the West Coast. That means it's after 2 o'clock for Ash, 3 o'clock for you.
Yes.
We would like to wrap this up at some point, James.
That's fair. That's fair.
I'm not sure about you guys, but I don't work tomorrow, so I'm good for staying up as long as you need me.
I do work.
I do work tomorrow. I have to be at the restaurant for Mother's Day. So
Okay, fair enough. Sorry.
and from what I was told, it's going to be exponentially worse than it was today.
Oh wow, you can be busy then. Yeesh. Yeah, you can sleep.
So I don't know. I haven't got the fondest idea of what Alexa wanted to talk to Charlotte about. I mean, I'm curious.
I'm definitely curious, yeah.
But I don't know.
Hopefully
I'm more
this
curious
leads to
right
character
now in
change.
this moment why Brandon Cutler's in the front row. Looking like he's doing security or something. Anyway. So who is this bandit person that's coming out to face Zeta Steel?
Oh, Kid Bandit.
Kid Bandit.
Oh, Kid Bandit. Okay, yeah, okay.
Trans wrestler goes by.
I didn't see where it said Kid. Now you said Kid Bandit. I know exactly who it is. So continue.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we talked about. They have to give Charlotte something else to do rather than just be always title contending. So maybe Alexa's trying to woo her over for a tag title partner opportunity. Who knows?
But what about Nikki Cross?
Well, but we don't
We
know
haven't
why it's going to
officially-
happen still. So
I was going to say we haven't officially put Alexa with them yet. They're still
Yeah.
waiting on Bo to come back.
Yeah.
Derpy, by the way. Anyway, continue.
yeah, he's allegedly cleared, but they haven't done anything with it yet. So we shall see. I think they're making it as slow as possible burn to make us all salivate for it when it actually does happen.
Okay, but when it does happen, they need to fucking pull the trigger and skyrocket that shit because the Wyatts started off good and then immediately hit the brakes on them.
Yeah.
The booking of the
Yeah,
Wyatt Six has very much been like the booking of Wardlow. Remember him? Pepperidge Farms remembers.
I do. It was a thing.
Speaking of Pepperidge Farms, $2 super chat here from 26.2 miles outside parts of Nome. Denny's, Norm's, or IHOP? I'm going IHOP just because they used to be, still don't know if they still do, but they used to be the only place where you could find boysenberry syrup.
I would also go with IHOP because IHOP is all I've ever had. So
You've never had Denny's. Bullshit.
I don't think so.
There is no way you've never been to a fucking Denny's.
I was going to say Denny's is like the McDonald's of fucking pancake restaurants.
No,
Maybe I did.
Denny's
I
is
don't
it's America's diner. Oh, geez. Okay, wow.
Maybe
So,
I have. I don't know, but
you had
I
to have.
more at a hot-
You had to have.
Maybe when I was a kid. I do remember being to a fucking Brickford's once, which if anybody remembers that, then
I do
goddamn.
remember that. I've heard of that.
It,
Ashley Andrews is going to be interesting because she's Canadian. I don't know if they even have. I know they don't have Norms up there.
They have all three, but I've never been to any of them, so I don't have an opinion on the matter.
There's Norms in Canada?
I'm pretty sure there is.
I thought Norms was a SoCal thing.
With all that hockey hullabaloo and the bitch and Marie too. Blame Canada. Blame Canada. They're not even a real country anyway.
hey.
It's the words of the song, James.
Part of the song. It's part of the song.
She's like, she's even on my side. She's like, it's the song.
It's
This
like,
is fair.
honestly, they just need to leave Canada be. It's a really calm loft above a really whacked out party right now. Just let it be, man. Just let it be.
For real.
I'm going with Norms because it's the SoCal exclusive as far as I know. I've been to all three. I love all three, but Norms was our post Rocky Horror Shadowcast jam every Saturday, and I miss Norms. So that's my pick.
So
I feel like Norms, for me, Norms is like In and Out.
Yeah.
It's good, but it's not all that it's cracked up to be. And it's not worth the price.
Okay, that's fair.
I feel like Norms is a little bit pricier than even IHOP. Denny's is definitely the cheaper one.
Oh, for sure.
But like I said, IHOP, I'm not even a big pancake guy, but I think IHOP's got the better pancakes.
I'll agree with that.
And then the fact that you can get boysenberry syrup, that's a huge selling point for me, obviously.
See, the other thing for me is Denny's over IHOP is right now, with my shifts the way they are at work, the people at Denny's on Harbor have been very kind to me.
Oh, yeah.
Allow me to idle
That
until I go
Denny's
home.
is kind to a lot of people.
No, like more than they should be, if I'm being honest.
I know.
So,
I've been in there myself multiple times. That Denny's that you speak of is very accommodating to a lot of people.
yes. The IHOP's good. It's just their menu doesn't have as big a variety as Denny's does, which is why I tend to go to the Denny's after work. But Norms I would pick. Problem with Norms is so many of them have closed. Like the ones I used to frequent near Rocky Horror and my grandparents and I used to go to, they've all closed up. There's so few of them left. But I definitely miss Norms. But right now, I would only say Denny's because of the proximity to work. Golden Corral we have here. Very few.
Literally have a Golden Corral like right next door to my job.
Hey, listen, as long as you guys didn't have a Brickfords, then that means you didn't have to deal with crackheads. That's all I'll say.
That is a grossly untrue statement.
The one
in
place
my area, it isn't.
The one place I have still never been to that I hear so much about is Waffle House.
Yep, I went to 2 in Georgia.
That's the only one that I've never really been to. I've been to Cracker Barrel, and that's the one that's right by the job. I've got that mixed up with Golden Corral, but I've been to Cracker Barrel, been to Denny's, been to Norm's, been to IHOP, been to Golden Corral, never been to a Waffle House.
In that vein of region centric, have you been to a White Castle yet?
No.
Okay.
I've had the frozen White Castle from the freezer section, but I've never actually been to a White Castle.
Yeah, we have one. The closest one to us now is the one down in Fremont in Vegas, but it's there.
One of the guys that I talk to in the spaces sometimes actually lives in Canyon Country.
No shit.
Yep.
What? That's wild. You have to
Advocate.
Some in there.
Oh yeah, Advocate. Yeah.
I probably know him honestly.
His name is the Advocate of Enochiism.
He's such what a name.
I thought it was the only wrestling fan out here. There you
go. There you go.
Oh shit.
All right.
What's
we do have one more super chatted.
Okay.
From Arlene Dominguez.
Yes.
$5. Thank you so much, Arlene. Rumor is it's going to be Team Roman versus Team Seth. Who do you have in each team? 5 wrestlers on each team. Well, I think the obvious for Roman would be Roman, Jimmy, Jay, Sammy, and then who do you throw in there for that 5th spot?
Punk.
That was about to say CM Punk.
I don't know if you do Punk again.
Yeah, no.
I don't know if you do Punk again. I think you maybe do Solo, because I have a feeling that come then, Solo and Jacob are going to have their falling out, and Solo's going to need his redemption.
Yeah, but the issue...
Or maybe Jacob's on that team and Solo's on the other team.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah.
But I don't think you run the Punk thing back.
Yeah.
The only reason I say you do is because I feel like they're going to have Jacob and Solo go for the long haul with that one. And I feel like that's going to last a bit. Hence why I mentioned Punk, because there is that history, and I feel like they both have a common enemy in Seth. And it's not like they're fighting the same team. They're fighting a different team entirely.
Well, I think the key for the fifth man becomes who do you have on Seth's team?
It's Seth,
and obviously you're going to
Braun.
have Seth and Braun. So there's two right there.
McIntyre.
Possibly Drew. That's a good shout for 3. Possibly Balor.
See, I still say Sammy only hasn't turned yet because Kevin got hurt. I think Sammy's going to end up a heel by the end of the year. So I think he's on that team.
He's on the Rollins team?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, he could turn on him on that one and join him.
Yeah, there you go. Pull a Big Show. I know Big Show's turn heel every other fucking week, but during Survivor Series,
you know who I'd like to have on Team Roman? Dom.
Really?
Put
if
Dom
we get there
on
by
Team
then,
Roman.
yeah, okay.
Maybe.
You figure everybody else on that team, with the exception of Sammy, is a legacy wrestler.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's why Sammy
Roman,
feels odd man
Jimmy,
out.
Jay, Dom.
Yeah, that's true.
And hell, if Sammy has turned by then you throw Cody on there.
Yeah, that's
And it's an
true.
entire legacy team.
See, that's the thing too. It might not be.
And
might
then you
not
got to
have
put
one.
Cena, I think, on the other side.
Yeah.
So you got
But that's
Seth,
not really Team
Braun,
Seth. It becomes
Cena.
Team Cena by sheer default.
Yeah, it's gonna be weird.
Fair.
Which I don't like.
Fair.
There's
I'm John's friend. I don't like that shit. So I don't know.
The issue comes in and like obviously there's going to be a big ass group that Heyman's forming with this.
The New Day.
Maybe. Yeah.
That way you can have the New Day and the Usos one more time.
There you go. I
as
like
part of
that.
the match.
Okay. Okay. So Seth, Braun, New Day,
And Finn. If
And
Dom's
Finn.
going to be on the other side.
boom. There you go. I like it.
Yeah. I feel like there's too many moving parts. I feel like there's going to be a lot that goes into Survivor Series.
And the other thing is, we still don't know if it's going to be War Games or not.
That's true, yeah.
All it says is
hoping-
Survivor
Pretty
Series for
early
now.
to
And
say.
trying to do War Games at the baseball stadium is going to be interesting because they can't like lower it from anywhere. You know,
Mhm. That's why
They
I'm
could
hoping-
put it together.
unless they fully Thunderdome it, which in late November they could do. I mean, it's Padres. They could do it in September for the Padres stadium because fuck.
I mean, that would be kind of fucking sick, though, if they Thunderdomed it a little bit.
If they Thunderdome enough to do War Games, I'd be okay with it. But like, I'd rather just have be outside to do traditional Survivor Series.
Yeah, to be fair, you could also just build it. There is a way you could build the cages.
Yes, but God,
And with as
it's
much
one of
time
those-
as WWE uses doing video packages, they've probably erect the cage in that amount of time.
Yeah. I don't know. War Games cage is no fucking joke. But we were talking about this, I think, on Tuesday. It may have been Wednesday. I forget. They need to get away from having War Games be a mandatory thing.
Agreed. I saw
They need
that
to have the
conversation. I
feud.
agree with you.
They need to have the feud demand it, not the pay-per-view.
It was like the same issue they had with like Hell in a Cell and
Yes,
even
that's what we were
AEW
saying.
would agree.
Yep. The only gimmick of that nature that still is okay with me is the Elimination Chamber because you have 6 different people trying to qualify for a world title shot. I'm okay with that.
At WrestleMania.
And that's the
fine.
exception. Yeah, that's the exception.
Yeah. But
Because
Hell
the
in a
winner
Cell
of the
needs to
Rumble
be-
gets to choose which belt they want to go after. Then you got to find a contender for the other title.
Yep.
So you do the Chamber in February, and that person gets the shot at the other title.
Yeah, because see the way it balances out for me is what they should do, and then this is kind of not on the topic they were super chatted, but we already gave the teams. You have the Rumbles determine one set of championship matches. The Chamber does the other. That leads into WrestleMania.
Yeah.
You have King of the Ring between Mania and SummerSlam. King and Queen of the Ring challenge the champions at SummerSlam. Survivor Series winners, number 30s in the Rumbles.
Yep.
That brand gets number 30 in the Rumble. Both Rumble
That could
matches.
work. Yeah, that could work.
we've all said versions of that for years, but it's like, again, it's not hard to book, it's just hard to finance. And even then, WWE ain't hard to finance. They're fucking rolling in money right now.
Mm-hmm.
Especially after all the releases.
Oh.
Down, boy. Down.
Anyway,
we did our conversations about that.
Yes. By the way, how are you enjoying the show, Jeff?
So Perro just clotheslined this one masked guy, and like he almost landed head first, and now he's over the top rope, and Perro's alone again.
Yep. That's
So
about
that
right.
basically covers all the topics.
Okay.
That covers all the super chats.
All right.
Yes.
Unless somebody else super chats while we do shills, which we're not opposed to, but
No.
we will begin the shills at this point. Let me scroll up here.
Randy Myers. Oh lordy, I've heard of this. I've heard of him. Okay. Yeah.
Randy Myers is definitely an interesting individual, just like James.
Hi, my favorite. You guys can follow me on Facebook at JCMahiba and on Twitter, YouTube, and sometimes Instagram at JHibitime95. I do really cool and dumb things on the internet.
There you go.
There you go.
You can follow our buddy Noah, who was here earlier, the Simple Man's brand, at Foster 1916 on YouTube, Instagram, X, and Blue Sky. Anybody remember Blue Sky? Pepperidge Farms remembers.
I have a burner account that I don't use no more.
A burner account. Wow.
Yes.
Or you can find him on Noah Foster on Facebook. You can check the X and the community tab of YouTube for Prediction League updates.
Real quick, what was the burner account for?
So you know how I'm critical of the pro wrestling columnists. I just use it to I used it to follow them, and also the crazy IWC members who say, "Yeah, I'm done with Twitter. I'm gonna go on Blue Sky and just to see the dumb shit they say there."
I see. Okay, so
I'm just
for the chaos. Got it. Okay.
Pretty much, yes.
Gotcha.
Speaking of chaos, you can follow Walter at Rage of Wrestling on YouTube, Walter.Cruz.940 on Insta, Walter Alex Cruz on X and Blue Sky, and on the Twitch it is SRS 1983.
SRS. I hear you, Shelton.
For myself, you can find
Hear them crying.
For myself, you can find me on Insta, the Renegade JJ Williams, on YouTube, Casa D18 Studios, and on X, ROWJJ Williams, and Casa D18 Studio. That is singular, not plural, no S at the end on the X. That is where you will find me hosting and participating in the spaces. Ash.
Nice.
Oh, there's another one James made with the orange. Like a lot of TMDK ones.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, I forgot.
I don't know if it's in here. Oh, wait, there it is. There it is.
There it is. Yes. You can follow me on X, the app formerly known as Twitter, at ShadowBatAsh. You can catch me in the spaces, occasionally talking, mostly listening, and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Batty for Wrestling. Don't be a dickhead.
Yes. I mean,
I love that.
Good shit, pal.
We did get another super chat from 26.2 miles outside parts unknown, and according to Emmanuel, he super chatted Jeff.
Ooh.
So you might want to
Okay.
check your PayPal since Jeff didn't get asked last week. He said,
"Check."
What about me? You should super chat me too. You should super
He
chat.
super chatted all of us last week, but Jeff wasn't here, so that's why he super chatted Jeff.
Be greedy.
Because
I did not know this.
he literally just said that since Jeff didn't get asked last week, James. So 26.2 miles outside parts unknown says, with SummerSlam running 2 nights, should WrestleMania be 3 nights? No.
No.
Oh,
no.
My God.
WrestleMania is already 4 nights because you have WrestleMania SmackDown on Friday, you have the 2 nights of WrestleMania, then you have the Raw after Mania. WrestleMania is already 4 nights if we want to get testicle about it. Yes, I said that on purpose.
All about it.
Okay? So no more extra nights of WrestleMania.
No parts known, bad parts unknown.
But I do
if you're talking about
I do say that on Thursday they need to make the Hall of Fame.
Yep.
Instead of trying to sandwich it after SmackDown or
God, it was so late. God, those poor people were there so fucking late. Oh my God. Emmanuel, if you super chatted me about this on PayPal, I don't see it unless it was one previously discussed, and I don't remember. So I apologize. I will scroll through and look, but I don't remember. So.
Uh-oh.
What the fuck?
What happened?
Oh, never mind.
Did you find it?
No, it wasn't that. It was something else that I saw that I didn't realize was there.
Well, he's trying. He's trying, Emmanuel. Refresh, he says.
Okay. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Who would I pay $99 a month to text to is the question.
Oh, God damn it.
Oh.
Playing off of the Mercedes thing. Which, by the way, the fact that Becky shot on Bailey
That
talking
was
about
awesome.
she probably pays $99 to text her best friend, I thought that was gold.
I popped for that. I'm not going to lie.
That was gold.
God, this is going to sound like sentimental or like whatever, but I'd find a way to be able to text my grandmother who's passed. That's what I pay $99 for.
That's
I wouldn't.
What about a wrestler?
actively-
Is there an actual wrestler that you would spend that to pay? Like,
I wouldn't pay.
Would you pay
$9 to actively text
$99 to
anybody.
text Hulk Hogan
No, God, no.
prior to
No.
everything that's gone down these last couple of years? Like, let's rewind back to when Jeff met Hogan at that book signing.
No, because I've never been in a position in my life where I could throw $100 a month away like that. So no,
Fair
I
enough.
wouldn't do it for anybody.
See,
honestly,
Fair enough.
That's just ridiculous spending for
Right.
like. I mean, not to be crass with a lady in the room, but for $100 a month texting, I better be getting something more than just texting. Okay,
Right?
Just
You want to get
saying.
your money's worth, right?
What's that?
I said you want to get your money's worth, right?
I love how the woman is saying this.
That's what I'm saying. Like for $100 a month, I better be getting something
Right?
more
You gotta
than
get
just
more than-
texting.
Not just something, a little more than something, am I right?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just saying for those people that are paying $40,000 for SummerSlam, I better be getting a piece of Jade Cargill, Tiffany Stratton, something at the same time.
Same thing. I was like, if I'm spending that much ringside seat, I better have a WWE former diva in my lap the entire fucking weekend. Like, Jesus.
What the fuck?
That's absurd.
I'm just saying.
And all that.
Well, no, it's just and again, it goes back to what I was talking earlier about. I can't make myself understand the intentionally, purposely seeking out the negativity. I can't make my brain connect with my wallet like that to spend that amount of money on a single ticket. Like that is just mind blowing to me.
Yeah.
Like that's if you've got the kind of money where you can spend that amount on one ticket, can you go like find the cure for cancer? Can you go do that for me?
Yeah, a little
Like
bit.
it just 40 like JJ, I'm not trying to be dramatic or exaggerating. I would not spend $40,000 or I wouldn't spend 4 figures to go sit rink side, even if I was guaranteed to know the Kings were going to win the Stanley Cup that game. Like and I guess that's just the way my mind's wired. Like spending that amount of money on a single anything, just
A little bit.
I don't understand it.
Yeah.
That's not me judging you if you guys
No.
want to do that, or that's not me judging people watching. If you've got that money, fucking do what you want to do. Live your life. Have fun. Fuck it.
Like people that live in Henderson?
Yeah, them people. Fucking Mexicans. Speaking of crazy people with so much money, here come Mexicals.
Wait. It's Micro, man. You gotta see Micro, man.
Super Crazy looks like Super Crazy 8 Super Crazy.
Oh yeah. Wait until you see what he brought along.
Oh, okay, there's the appetizer. Okay. Got it.
And on that
Pushing
note,
a toy lawnmower. I quit, Jay. Jay, I hate the show.
And on that note, we want to thank everybody for tuning in and joining us. We still have 15 of y'all crazy bastards watching us. So thank you for tuning in with us for 4.5 hours of insanity.
Yes.
We appreciate the love and the support and the dedication and the super chats that y'all give to us. Friendly reminder, lots of watch alongs next week.
Yes.
Monday at we'll call it 7:45 Eastern and 4:45. 7:45 Eastern, 4:45 Pacific. James and I will be covering Reality of Wrestling No Limits.
Yes.
Which will be available on titlematchnetwork.com. Anybody that subscribes to Title Match Network will be able to watch the show along with us. Tuesday will be, or no, that's me and Noah doing that one. Tuesday will be James and I doing JCW.
Yes.
Mayflowers, same time, 7:45 Eastern, 4:45 Pacific. Wednesday will be AEW Beach Break. That'll be 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit more to go over on that one since it'll be live. Thursday, we rest. Friday, James and I will be doing House of Glory Waging War, which happened yesterday. That'll be the same time, 7:45 Eastern, 4:45 Pacific. Then Saturday will be The Muppets and GCW Big Time. GCW will be before The Muppets Karaoke.
Yes.
And then Sunday will be GCW Run For It, which I believe it's like 2 o'clock my time. So 4:30 Eastern, 1:30 Pacific for that one. Lots of good stuff, lots of good watch-alongs that are going to be coming up these next few days. Some of them will actually be live, like the GCW and the AEW ones. Some of them will be on demand technically, and we will make sure we let you guys know where you can find them if you would like to watch the action along with us.
Yes.
Jeff, thank you for being here and being the host for this evening.
Yeah, I put the graphic in the group chat, but it probably didn't make it through.
Oh yeah, no, I saw a bunch of your show graphics that are in here too. I just didn't know if you were going to do those or if someone was already designated to do those for you.
Nope, not yet. Well, I mean,
So-
that's one for next Saturday. I won't be there, unfortunately, but please,
Yes, so
everybody
like
tune
we
in, man.
said there, and everything Muppets related is going to be on the table. So Sesame Street, Fraggle Rock, The Muppet Show, The Muppet Movies, Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, Bear in the Big Blue House. If it is part of the Jim Henson workshop, basically, and they are considered Muppet creatures, then it is going to be on docket.
Good.
Muppet Babies.
Hell yeah, dude.
So I'm looking forward to that. For those of y'all that don't know, the reason we're doing that is because May 9th, so 2 days ago, was Kermit's birthday. And then later on this week will be the 35th anniversary of Jim Henson's passing. So we kind of get both of them in the month of May. Celebration of two things: Jim Henson's life, who created the Muppets, and Kermit the Frog, arguably the best known Muppet out of all of them.
And Kermit's 75 this year?
Something like that, yeah.
Can't believe he was on The Masked Singer at one point.
Right? That's the greatest thing ever.
That's funny.
I love
Pretty
watching
good.
Masked Singer. That's what I watch over AEW Dynamite sometimes.
Same.
I watch America's Got Talent, so I feel that. I feel that a lot.
1,200 music for the Muppet songs?
What?
Oh, I think he's doing a Jeopardy.
Oh,
I think he's doing a Jeopardy thing. Music of the Muppet songs for 1,200, Alex.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm trying to decide if we should say music for the Muppets or Muppets karaoke.
What do you have on here? I like the music of the Muppets. I think that's got a nice ring to it.
Okay.
Very nice. Very nice.
Because I've been advertising it in the group graphics as Muppets karaoke, but yeah, you're right. I like that better.
Because if we were going to go with karaoke, it should be Kermit-oki.
That's cute. Okay. That's cute as fuck. Okay. I like that.
Talk about this, Jeff.
Oh my god, I can't believe it's already here. I can't believe it's fucking mid-May. Okay, so today, as you're watching, because it's now the 11th, is the last day of Season of the Force for Star Wars season, essentially at work. This Friday, and leading all the way through the end of the summer, even though the actual day is July 17th, Disneyland is celebrating our 70th anniversary. My goodness. 70 years of Disney parks, 70 years of Disneyland, the original, the classic, the OG Magic Kingdom, and there is so much cool merchandise, new food offerings, new character experiences. I've already told my leads and I've told my parents that my entire paycheck, basically starting this Tuesday's paycheck all the way through the end of the year, they are allocated for now. It is what it is. I'm spending the money. I'm going to be broke ass bitch. It just is what it is. Because there is so much cool stuff that I saw at our little pop-up preview the other day that I was working. It's very weird for me as a Disney fan. Even now it's surreal that I was part of the company when the company turned 100 officially. And now I'm back with the company when Disneyland turned 70. It's just very... it's gonna sound corny and cliche, but it's very magical for me. It's very cool. We still have not had everything open up yet that we're gonna have unveiled. It's a Small World's getting a new song or new verse to the end of the song and a new scene. And It's a Small World. For the first time in company history at any of the parks, there's going to be a Walt Disney animatronic inside the attraction room where they have the Disneyland story featuring Great Moments Mr. Lincoln. There's going to be a section of the show that has a Walt Disney animatronic, which we are all completely fucking geeking out about right now at work. And nobody's seen it yet. And we're losing our goddamn minds waiting for it. And it's just going to be fun. And I so look forward to it. I'm low-key happy that the first people I'm signing in after the celebration starts is Mr. and Mrs. Frankie Kazarian and their son, because they're coming with me on the 20th. So that'll be awesome to have them experience that. And, yeah, Frankie, some sort of championship something, because Lord knows fucking TNA couldn't book it right for him. Even now.
They're saving the title win for Slammiversary or Bound for Glory.
Dumb. It was in Los Angeles.
That's just me coping. That's
I hope it's one of those Rebellion was here.
Mm-hmm.
I could even understand not doing it, even if Tracy was here. It's like, okay, Tracy and it's his wife, whatever. But his friends that work for or are still under contract to AEW were there. His mom was there.
Mm-hmm.
How do you not have a guy book and win the title when your mom's sitting in the front row? That's fucking ridiculous. Totally threw geeky fans like me off, man. I was sure it was happening. And he even freaking army crawled over to me after the match. I'm like, this is bullshit. He goes, I know, and fucking fist bumped me. It's just a bloody mess. Like, oh, so mad. And then they have Trick come out and take out Joe Hendry. It's like, and WWE booked this famously. So
of course they did. Yeah, it's obvious. It's obvious they booked the finish.
I was like, that's it. Bring me HBK's head on a platter. I owe him a super kick to the face.
Yeah, for real, dude.
Anyway,
Well,
That kinda
remember
went off on a
Triple H
tangent,
wanted to
but-
cut Frankie's hair, so
Right? See? Full circle. But no. Yeah, Disneyland turning 70 with me back on the cast roster was pretty freaking cool. That's Mustafa.
Nope.
No,
Nasty
who's that?
Leroy.
That's
Leroy.
that's Nasty Leroy. That's our boy.
Oh, so yeah, there's a shirt. Okay, I see it now. I was gonna say, didn't Mustafa pass too? I thought Mustafa passed too.
Which we're
Oh,
gonna try to get Nasty Leroy to come on and do an interview with us.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, okay.
You will know.
Okay.
You will know. By the way, Jeff. After Nasty Leroy comes the JCW, not Jersey Juggalo Championship Wrestling.
I'm
comes.
not the Juggalos. Okay, I'm gonna get off the air before that happens.
Too tough,
The fucking
Tony.
Juggalos are crazy.
Too tough, Tony.
Oh,
is
yeah.
there.
So this right here, this shit right here, is the reason I am not attending the WWE shows in Inglewood that day. Because I can go see my friends and spend the same amount of money on transit, food, and the show, as opposed to just going to one show. And plus Paradise Kitty, and I love my girls, and I miss my girls. So yeah, if you're in SoCal and you don't feel like going to WWE in Inglewood on June 7th, go to Westlake Village and check out Paradise Kitty.
Which, let's be fair, if it wasn't for WWE, I wouldn't blame you for not wanting to go to Inglewood.
I mean, that's fair too. I don't have
The
to go there
forum-
anymore. The Kings don't play there no more.
Forum isn't bad. The SoFi Stadium, haven't been
So-
there, but I've heard great things about it. But if it wasn't for WWE, there's no reason to go to Inglewood.
So the area is not as bad as it used to be. I will say that they've actually done a pretty good job of cleaning the area up.
Hey, they got Sizzler.
We go and sizzle. We go and
Going
sizzle.
sizzling.
If you're going to those WWE shows, and you should.
That's right.
There's a Sizzler Caddy corner from the forum, so there's no
Hopefully
reason
they have enough staff on site for that day because they are going to get swamped in between.
yeah, because you figure Worlds Collides in the late morning, and WWE Money in the Bank's not till like after dinner time. So yeah,
12 o'clock and 4 o'clock respectively. There
Well,
will
then
be about
I'm
an
wrong.
hour
Fuck me
break.
for it.
There will be about an hour break in between time.
So everybody at Sizzler on June 7th between 3 and 4, you fucked.
I feel bad for people that just want to go there for a random date.
I just want me my cheesy garlic bread on a Saturday. I'm not asking for much, yo. Yeah, y'all. They have these in town. Y'all, what the hell is in this person's mouth? What's happening?
Oh.
Hey, yo, that's a sentence.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right. And on that note,
Everybody.
we will
Oh
let
my
you
God.
guys have a good rest of your evening. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms
Happy
out
Mother's Day,
there.
by the way. Yeah.
Word to your mother. Sorry.
That's the whitest shit you could have said.
Word to your mother on this Mother's Day.
I'm sorry, I had to.
Mercedes is shocked.
Word to your mother.
Mercedes